Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. You piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. Okay, then. I love it. I love it. That's stupid little kitty shit. They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole. Because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt and nothing's getting better. I agree with you. Go, fatty fat football. Special delivery! Special delivery! My last shot! Fly golden arrow! Oh, no! Look at that! Whoa! 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 He died. The Ziggy Piggy is here. Not dead! Not dead! Still not fucking dead! I didn't jump back! Give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just gonna waste our time again. Thanks, Derek. I appreciate that. It's been pretty slow. Okay? Fair enough. Alright. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row. Ah! Wow, what a moron. You should have just stood still. Paid attention, dumbass. How dumb they are. What an idiot. Can someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron? You're supposed to be following the game, following the fun gameplay, and chilling and relaxing with me. Not dead! Not dead! Still not fucking dead! Hype train. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Business related, I still have it.
Oh, ooh, I gotta eat it. Gotta eat it. Gotta eat the hype. Oh, ugh. My laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. So when I laugh and I go, or does that sound like ack, 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 ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all.
Like someone had too much chili at Wendy's.
My last shot, fly, goes an arrow. Oh, no! Look at that! Whoa! 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 He's died. dead air. Here on the stream for about 2 to 3 hours. It's usually a really fun time, a really chill time. Lots of interaction because people typically chime in on the topics that I'm talking about. So let's talk a little bit about that. So first of all, this is pre-stream. It's going to be short. This pre-stream will be very short compared to the typical pre-stream. No extended news or anything like that. In fact, all I will say, guys, is if you do contribute during today's stream, it is greatly appreciated. This is considered a normal stream for me, with the normal goals and stuff in mind. If you either become a channel member, or you do a super chat, or super sticker, or you tip me, I will give you a live shout out during the stream. Although I will say this up front, I am focusing on answering your questions from the forums and Twitter first. If you guys do contribute during the stream and interject or whatever, I will answer your question, but it has to be between the stuff that I'm already answering, okay? I'm not going to drop everything just to answer a random question that pops up with, say, a super chat or something like that. But I promise you I will get to it, okay? We do have the usual goals in effect. $50 in tips. I put on my Gunner glasses. $100 I put on a vest of your choice. My vests are actually currently in the dryer. So they'll be dry by the time that, that it's time for a vest. If we do hit the $100 tips goal, that is. So what vests are eligible today? Today we're going to go with the red, the denim, the camo, and the gold. Those are the ones that are going to be eligible today. Red, denim, camo, and gold. Curious to see what you guys will vote for between all of those. Okay? Alrighty then. Now, if we raise $150 in tips, I will just say thank you, because normally I would put on the cowboy hat, but this is Ask the King. And when I do Ask the King, I'm already wearing the cowboy hat. The hat already comes into play before we even start. So, thank you in advance to anyone who does contribute to my stream here today. I really appreciate that, and I hope that you guys will enjoy the show. The way it's going to work is, first I'm going to answer forum questions, people who posted up on my website, thekingofhate.com. Excuse me. Then we're going to go to Twitter questions, and then if there's time, if time permits, which usually it does, we'll probably let some people ask some open questions in the stream chat, and just go from there. As always, the show will be recorded and uploaded to my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. So if you can't stick around for the entirety of the show, maybe you asked a question but you can't be here live, you want to see if later on it got answered, you can check it out on my vlogging channel later today once it goes live. Okay? Now for future shows, if you want to get your questions answered, there are 3 ways to do it. You can either post up on my forums on thekingofhate.com. In fact, the thread is already there for next month's episode. Excuse me, for the next episode, which is in 2 months. It should be around the end of September. Okay? So, we'll see how that goes. You know, with people posting up questions for that. That's the best chance to get your question answered. If you post it on the forums, I go through that thoroughly, and I screen all the questions, and I pick the best ones. That's the best way to get your question answered. Now, during the afternoon that I'm working on the show, you can post up on my Twitter, @TheyCallMeDSP, but that's a very narrow window of about roughly 45 minutes where I will accept questions from Twitter. And then, of course, if you're here live for the show, you can also get your question answered. There is actually another way that you can get questions answered for sure. That's to become a patron of mine. If you go to patreon.com/DarksidePhil, and you go to the $20 perk level, that is a guaranteed detailed answer to your question live on the show. Some people take advantage of it, some people don't. Some people pledge and then actually don't post up a question, which is perfectly fine if you just want to support, but it is an option, just so you guys know, throwing that out there, that is an option to get your question answered on the show. Okay? Now, hold on one second here. Getting everything in position here for the show. I'll be honest with you guys, I did not get a lot of questions for today's show. Half the forum questions were this one particular dipshit troll who just kept posting up troll shit that obviously I'm not going to answer. So half the questions on the forums were fake. And I did get some good ones, don't get me wrong. I did get some good questions, but if anything, I think what this is showing is that the show is really getting outdated, and to the point where I don't even know if this is warranted moving forward as a show. If I am really grasping at straws to get enough questions to do the show, then it probably shouldn't exist anymore. let's see how the show goes today. All right, and go from there. If it goes well, then I'll keep doing it. But if this, I'm not going to keep saying, hey, let's keep doing Ask the King, and people ask me for it, and then when the show comes, I have like 10 people who posted on the forums. Like, well, that's not enough for the show, man. So let's see how it goes today. Let's play it by ear. Maybe it'll end up going well. I don't know. Every time that I think that things are kind of dying down, maybe people don't want the show, then it ends up getting good again. So that is the show for right now. Okay? That is the whole show, and this is going to be running, starting in just a few minutes, we're going to start, and it's going to be running all the way through till, at the earliest we'll end is like 3 p.m., but we'll probably go longer, because it usually takes a long time to answer some of these questions. My typical end of stream time is around 4 p.m., and again, I'd appreciate anyone who supports the stream in any way, because this is typically a normal gameplay stream for me, but it's not today, it's something different, so I hope that you'll support it, especially if you like this ongoing show and that I keep doing it. Tonight, we will go back to regular gameplay at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time tonight. It is the end game content of Danganronpa V3, where we are heading into we're halfway into the final class trial, and we're starting to get all of our answers of what's been going on in the game all along. So, join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, for the end game content. I don't know if we'll beat it, but we should get darn close, okay? Tomorrow, Friday, we're back to full days of gameplay streaming. It's going to be Fallout New Vegas continuing on the first stream, and then the late stream is going to be my throwback session of Street Fighter.
But it always seems like it's a black hole, because it always seems like no matter how much you contribute,
it's going to be a continuation of The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD. I agree with you. The 4th dungeon, and then Saturday night, we're going to be doing, I believe... Fatty fat. How did I schedule out Saturday night? I think I did a half and half.
You want to play the
because I think what I want to do is I really just want to finish Danganronpa. I want to get it done with. Okay, I don't want people saying this playthrough's unfinished. I just want to move on. So I think what we're gonna do Saturday night is a half and half. No, you know what I'm gonna do Saturday night is Mass Effect. That's right. See, there's so many lingering projects. It's frustrating me because I want to move on to new stuff. You guys want me to move on to new stuff, but I've been playing these games for so long. If I drop them, what a waste. And it'll be people who are upset. Okay? So, Saturday night is going to be Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition Endgame content. We're heading into the finale of the game. Sunday, it's going to be more Fallout New Vegas, and I'm going to do a second stream of Microsoft Flight Simulator on Sunday night. You guys really liked it last night. And instead of having an hour of tutorial bullshit, instead we're just going to be flying over major cities, landmarks, and things like that. It should be a really good time. I hope you'll join me for a chill stream on Sunday night. Then on Monday, it's going to be more Fallout New Vegas, and that's going to be paired with the conclusion of Danganronpa. And if we finish Danganronpa and have extra time, we'll switch over and try to play even more of Mass Effect 3, okay? So that's the agenda. Today, it's Ask the King, Danganronpa Endgame. Tomorrow, Fallout, Throwback Street Fighter. Saturday, Skyward Sword, and Mass Effect 3. Sunday, Fallout New Vegas, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Monday, Fallout New Vegas, Danganronpa V3 conclusion, and or Mass Effect 3. And the good news about this is we are very close to concluding multiple things. Alright? And once we do conclude these multiple things, we essentially will be then be doing Game Pass stuff. Whether it's more Microsoft Flight Simulator, starting up a new game like The Medium, or doing more of a game like Grounded or whatever, we're going to have time to actually do this stuff. So now I do want to address something. I talked about it on Twitter this morning. I do feel it's important to bring it up. People are upset that I'm not playing The Ascent today. The Ascent is a new hybrid action RPG game set in a cyberpunk setting. It's an indie title, but it's released exclusively on Microsoft venues. In particular, it's under Game Pass. People are playing it and liking it, and they're frustrated I'm not playing it today. Alright? It's very simple. I can't play 100 games at once. Right now, I'm playing Fallout New Vegas and Skyward Sword as the main daytime stream. I'm playing Danganronpa V3, which I'm near the end of, and Mass Effect 3, which I'm near the end of, as night streams. And I just started playing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Alright? Danganronpa's been going on since March and is a 60-hour playthrough. Alright? Mass Effect 3 is now over 30-hour playthrough. Excuse me, over 20-hour playthrough. And it looks like that'll end around 30 hours. Okay? Like, these games that I'm playing are incredibly lengthy. And you might say, well, why am I playing them? Because you picked them. Fallout New Vegas, Danganronpa V3 are playthroughs that you guys picked for Viewers' Choice events. That's why I'm playing these incredibly lengthy games. Okay? Mass Effect 3, you guys were screaming for a couple months ago when the Mass Effect Collection came out. You wanted me to play all 3 games. I skipped Mass Effect 2, but you guys were asking me to play all 3 back-to-back, and were angry when I skipped 2. Okay? Skyward Sword HD, people asked me all year if I was going to play it, ever since it was announced. Are you going to play it? We'd love to see you play it again. It's such an old game. No motion controls. Play it again. But then when I start playing these games, it seems what happened is people always jump on the bandwagon of what's new. They always want to see a content creator play whatever is new, right? And I get that. I feel that kind of hype and vibe too. When a new game comes out and you're really excited to see someone maybe try out a brand new release, especially if you're not going to buy it right away and you want to see your most trusted content creator play that game and give you an opinion on it. All right? The good news is, with things like Game Pass now, I will have more flexibility in order to do that. Like, I wouldn't even be able to play Microsoft Flight Simulator right now.
What a moron.
For Game Pass on my Xbox Series X, but I'm doing it now, which is really sweet, right? So, that's the good news. The bad news is, I can't play everything if you keep asking me to play everything. Do you understand? If you want me to play every game, then either, number one, I have to not play lengthy games that are going to take 80 hours and 4 months to beat, or I'm going to have to be a content creator that doesn't do full playthroughs. There are plenty of streamers and content creators out there. They play every game under the sun, but they don't finish anything. They literally just play each game and get a taste for each game, and maybe there's a select few of games that they actually go back and finish, but I'm not like that. As you guys know, I like to actually do playthroughs of games that I enjoy, and I put them up on YouTube as full playthroughs. That's always been my formula since the day I started making content, and take it seriously. When I first started, I didn't take it seriously. And I did playthroughs like Mercenaries 2 and highlights of my playthrough of Dead Space 1 when it was a new release, and highlights of Saints Row 2. And basically, when I was only doing the highlights, people said they wanted full playthroughs. There's missing too much content. Give us the full playthroughs. So I started doing that, and ever since then, it's all I've done, right? So it's come to the point where, like, I understand people want to see me play every new game, but I can't do it because you guys keep telling me to play things that are so lengthy to beat that it takes too long to try every game. Right now, if I weren't trying to rush to beat Danganronpa V3 and Mass Effect 3, absolutely I'd be playing The Ascent tonight. Why wouldn't I? But I gotta beat these games that I've been playing for 60 plus hours. You know?
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
So it's very simple, okay? You can't have it always, and I hope you guys understand that, okay? I would love to play every game. I can't unless you want me to be the kind of content creator that drops playthroughs out of nowhere and doesn't finish anything, all right? There has to be a balance somewhere. If you don't want to see me end up skipping on smaller games like The Ascent, then don't pick 80-hour playthrough games like Danganronpa V3 as a viewer's choice event. You see what I'm saying? There has to be a balance here. There has to be. Fair enough? And no, the solution isn't shorten the pre-stream. If you're saying that, I'm telling you right now, shut the fuck up. Adding an extra half an hour to stream every day does not allow me to play an entire different game. You don't know what you're talking about. That's your little pet peeve nitpicking bullshit, and it's not a solution. In fact, you're just annoying me when you say stupid shit like that. So, cut the shit out. Okay? So, that's the deal. I'm sorry that I'm not playing The Ascent today. Alright? Maybe once we finish Danganronpa V3 and once we finish Mass Effect 3 within the next week or so when that will happen, then we can say, okay, well, guess what? There's at least another 1 to 2 weeks before we get to new releases this month in August. So maybe we have time to check out some games. You like piece of donkey shit. But we have to get to that point. How about this? What's the point of playing 60 hours into a game like Danganronpa? Right. You're at the end, the narrative end of the game, the cliffhanger. Oh, let's stop playing it. No. No. It's not going to happen. And the stupidity of people who are going to talk shit, you're just going to piss me off, and I'm just going to block you like I just did from someone in the chat right now who's a moron. So, one other thing I'm going to say, all right? It needs to be officially said and stated publicly, and I'm laying down the law as of today. People need to stop talking about trolls. People need to stop focusing on trolls in their content. People just need to keep it out of my stream chat. Because in the last couple of weeks, I'm getting so many complaints now that every day people are getting the arguments about it. Why are people talking about trolls? Why are people bringing this up? Why are people derailing the stream? Why are there these 1 or 2 stream chatters who get into arguments with everyone else all the time? And we can't concentrate on your stream content. We can't even talk about the games because we come in and everyone's arguing. And I agree with you. I don't want that crap. It's always been against the rules to bring up trolls and their troll content. It's always been against the rules. It's not something new. It's just that we've been very lax, especially with my transition, moving from Twitch over to YouTube. I've been very lenient with things like this because I want to encourage people to come in here and feel good and say, oh, it's a new venue. I want to get used to it. But I can't just have people completely derailing streams every day anymore. Okay? So you see someone who keeps talking about trolls in their content. You see someone who keeps bringing up things like that. They're going to get moderated and kicked out, and I've had enough. And there's going to be a no exceptions policy to this. You have to abide by the rules, and I can't have people coming and complaining to me about it. Okay? Now, on the positive side, we are at the largest number of channel members we've ever had, 221. We've never had that many before here on the channel since I jumped over to YouTube about 2 months ago to stream. Thank you to everyone who is a channel member. Remember the many benefits of becoming a channel member and the fact that the more members we have, the more emotes we unlock. It's a very positive thing. I fully believe that as we progress further into the year and I start playing these numerous new releases, you're going to see that channel member number grow. The problem is the last couple of months, there's been literally no high-profile new releases to bring anyone to the channel to motivate them to become a member. I fully believe that, you know,
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
Releases all the time. Things are going to pick up around here. Okay? Fair enough? All right. One tip to shout out today. Atlas Telebon to me $1.30 and says, I've been watching Ask the King since it was Fremerka's ridicule, so please keep it. Atlas Telebon is one of the longest watching members of my content and actually one of the people who, you know, every single time I make an episode, he asks me to continue it. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that long-standing support, and I appreciate that long-standing demand for the legacy shows. I really feel like this is a legacy show. This is a show from, you know, a long time ago before I was an interactive streamer. It made sense to do a show like this because I wasn't answering questions at all. I was just playing games, and I didn't have a chance to really talk or answer personal stuff or anything like that. And now I do it on a daily basis. So, I hear you, Atlas. Let's see how the show goes today. All right? One shout-out. One shout-out, let's see here. For Super Chat. Let's see here. The Super Chat was from Definable Titan. Thank you for the first Super Chat of the day, Definable Titan. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. Cool. Alright. And that's about it. We're about to start, everybody. Alright? Again, thank you guys. I appreciate your support. I do. And I appreciate you guys coming to chill with me today for Ask the King. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Alright, let's do it. By the way, I have to disable that Ask the King command. Hold on. Let me disable that Ask the King command while I just saw it post. I'm like, wait a minute. Let's go ahead and let's turn that off since it's now not pertinent anymore. Let's see here. Disable. Okay, the command's disabled there. And I will disable the manual command as well. Because the link is going to be outdated. I have to ask. So we'll go ahead and delete that, and then I'll re-add that later. Alright, Ask the King command is now disabled. Thank goodness.
What do I do?
Okay. Are we ready?
What do I do?
Alright, let's do this.
What do I do?
Dead air. Hello, everyone. Immediately a troll. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the 87th edition. 87 episodes so far of Ask the King. The show where I answer your questions.
Special delivery.
Direct in an extended format. A show made just for us to have detailed answers and discussion. All right? I hope you guys are ready for a fun show. Just so you know, we answer forum questions together. Well, I say together. It's me answering them. I'm not a plural person, but I say we because now I'm a live streamer and literally everything I feel like I do is interactive with you guys. So I answer forum questions.
Thanks for the money,
I answer
stupid
Twitter
fuck.
questions for people who
Needs a
posted up
Naz
on my
and
Twitter
DSP
earlier today
collab
when I asked them
fanatic.
to. If we have time, I answer questions from my forums and the King of Hate excuse me. Forums. I answer questions from the stream chat. I'm having a scrambled brain because I'm watching myself dance.
Tiger,
So distracted seeing me dance from 10 years ago. And then I can't concentrate on my own show. Okay. I answer forum questions, Twitter questions, and if there's time, I answer questions from those in the stream chat. If you contribute during the show, whether that would be becoming a member, a super chat, a super sticker, or a tip, I will also shout out those contributions and usually answer questions if you attach them to those contributions as well. Okay? Okay. You feel like the dance is lit. Oh, yeah. That dance from like 12 years ago is very lit. Okay.
It's been
Speaking
pretty
of which,
slow.
we've got a super chat here from Gary, who basically said, are you going to do a stream with LTG and Wings? Yes. In fact, I've decided that moving forward, all future content that I do will all be collaboration streams, either with LTG, Wings, or both. It's going to be hot. Spitting hot fire constantly with those guys. Let me tell you, it's going to be amazing. Okay. So the Final Bull Titan, who actually did a super chat earlier, says that he is actually Bobby M36 from Twitch. He's been watching for a really long time, just not commenting. Sounds good, man. Thank you for the super chat. Okay. Are you guys ready? Let's jump right in. As you know, the show usually lasts 2 to 3 hours, and I want to get some good answers in here for you guys. Let's do it. Okay? All right. So the first question, we start off with forum questions. All right? The first question for today's show, by the way, today's July 29th, 2021. This is the 87th episode of the show over the course of a decade. We're getting there. We're almost getting to 100, pretty much, next year or two, right? All right, so there's 3 completely separate questions, all from the same person, Nick P136. I felt like I should address them individually because all 3 of these are kind of separate questions, but they're all pretty good, I feel. Okay?
Thanks, Derek.
So the first question is as follows. How much credence do you give to the idea that games are less a labor of love now and that the heart of the creators of these games is now in the wrong place? What do you attribute most to it? It's much like any industry, all right? And you're talking anything that has to do with competition, entertainment, anything. There are people who do it because they love it and they have their heart in it and they want to be creative. And then you have people who do it because they want a paycheck. Now, the truth of the matter is, in order to be successful, you need a happy medium between the two. Yes, every single video game that's made is meant to be a piece of gaming or art or a product that is to be monetized for transactional purposes to make money for your company, right?
love it.
No one's making games and giving them out for free and saying, here, just enjoy my amazing game. I will charge you nothing for this. It's not happening. People need to make a living. Okay, we get that. At the same time, in the past, I would admit, when I went to play games, a lot of the times you'd be, wow, what a nice artistic vision of a game. Wow, I played a game today that felt like it was
we
groundbreaking
contribute to
and
you,
original and
but it
different.
always seems like it's a black
And you
hole.
don't get that
Because it always
often
seems like no matter
these
how much
days.
we contribute,
I mean, in the
you're
year
always still having
2021
problems.
so
You're always
far,
still in debt, and
how many
nothing's getting
truly
better.
original games
I
can
agree
you
with
say
you.
that you have played that isn't like something else you've already played in the past or isn't just a tweak or an improvement on a formula of a game that you've already played, right? I would argue one of the most original games coming out in 2021 this year is called 12 Minutes. It's not out yet. It's coming out later in August here. And it's supposed to be a game where you're just in a room trying to solve a murder mystery. And it's like Groundhog Day, where when you die, you respawn. And you just keep trying to find new clues every run. That seems interesting and original to me. Okay? But outside of that, what game doesn't fall into an established genre of game? A shooter. A JRPG. Right? FPS. Typical sports yearly installment title, typical driving style title, you know what I mean? Like there's all these little categorizations that these games fall into, and you say, okay, what's different about this shooter? Oh, well, this one has some unique weapons. Oh, okay, but it's cover based, kind of like Gears of War. Oh, all right, what's unique about this first person shooter? It's got double jumping, wall running. We haven't seen that in a few years. And maybe there's class system that's a little unique. Oh, okay, but it's still the same kind of first person shooter you played 10 times. What I get is, it's so funny to me. Every year now, there is a new online cooperative shooter game. Whether we're talking ones that are Battle Royale or Looter Shooter. But they're all the same fucking game over and over and over. And every year a game comes out and ends up being like a big seller. Oh, so many people are playing it. It's the top stream game on the internet right now. And I'm like, it's the same thing you've played before. Like, all it is people want the same shit over and over. What they're proving is that they don't want original games. What they want is they want to be spoon-fed the same game with a new, shiny coat of paint on it and think that it's new and act like they're playing something new and they've already done it before. It's pretty frustrating because when these games usually come out that are unique, most people don't get to play them or even hear about them because all those other cookie-cutter fucking games that you've seen a million times are the ones that get the big marketing budgets. Those are the games that every popular streamer who's a shill gets paid to play, and so you hear, oh my god, did you hear that? What was the fucking game that just came out like 2 months ago, the cooperative shooter, that I don't hear anything about anymore, but it was like the best game of the month or something? I don't even remember what the name of the game was anymore. It's on Game Pass right now, I think. I can't even remember it. But it came out and everyone, oh, it's the biggest game. And now no one talks about it anymore. Why? Because it was pushed to the forefront by marketing. And then after that, you don't hear about it anymore. But people, yes, Outriders. There you go, Outriders. The fuck is that? Who the fuck cares about Outriders, right? It's a game that literally only got any popularity because of marketing. And then after that, oh, it's a fucking cooperative shooter. Yeah, I know, I played it. I played Destiny. I played fucking Apex Legends. I played this. I played fucking Borderlands. I played them all. They're the same fucking game 4,000 times. Where's the originality? When you're making the game for the dollar sign, because you know people like that genre, rather than to do something actually innovative and fun or artistic, you've kind of lost the point. But the same thing happens in every industry. Take a look at sports, right? It used to be people did this for the love of the game. Oh my God, the true greats of sports used to be amazing people. And now it's like, they're doing it for the money. They're commercialized. They fucking 4,000 endorsement contracts. And as soon as the money ain't there, they drop out and they don't care about the sport anymore, right? Same thing with TV and movies. If it ain't profitable, who cares, right? So, you see what I'm saying? Like, it happens in everything. It's not just video games. But I will definitely tell you right now, we're starting to hit that moment in gaming where it really feels like everything's been commercialized out the ass. Perhaps with programs such as Microsoft Game Pass, all right, we're going to finally see an effort to, I would say, not necessarily fix that, but at least with Game Pass, since you're not dropping full retail price on any game anymore, if you just have the subscription-based service, maybe it'll give people opportunity to explore other genres and actually games that are innovating that don't get that big marketing push like a game like Outriders did, right? Instead, people, I never heard about this game 12 minutes before. Let me actually give it a look because it's on Game Pass. I don't have to spend any money on it. Instead of, the only game I heard about all fucking month was this game that has an insane marketing budget because it's just made for money and it's not even anything innovative or interesting, right? Now, at the same time, we got to realize something, all right? Video games have now become a major commercial venture since the 1980s. They increased even more in the 90s, 2000s. Every decade, it becomes bigger and bigger. Video games are now the biggest entertainment medium on the planet. With that being said, it's going to be harder to innovate. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be harder to have game devs who are like, man, I'm into this for the love of it, and I made something that's a complete gamble, a game that's so different from anything else you've ever seen. Because at one point, you're going to say, well, I've seen everything. I've played everything. I've seen everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, at one point, you're going to get to the point where it's like, all right, I've done everything in gaming. Why is this guy fucking spamming this command? I'm going to ban this idiot from my chat. He's fucking spamming a command 100 times. What a dunce. Stop doing that, stupid. What a moron. Anyway, yeah, the point I'm making here is it's going to be harder to moving forward to even find things that are considered artistic, original, or different when it comes to video games. So maybe it will eventually be, I guess we have to accept the fact that a lot of these games aren't innovative and don't feel artistic anymore, and they're really just pumped out for a dollar sign. I don't know. I mean, the most infamous offenders of this are by far the annual releases. The Maddens, the NBA 2Ks, the fucking Call of Duty, oh my god, right? These games, you play them, they don't feel innovative. They just don't. They feel like you're playing the same game every year, yet they're charging for it every year. It's a complete fucking ripoff. There's no artistic fucking creativity in those games. Those are pumped out literally to pad the pockets of the people in charge of those companies, all right? So, you know, until people stop supporting this kind of crap, it's not going to change. Like, that ultimately, this stuff is in the hands of the consumer. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people didn't pay for that crap every year, then it wouldn't make it money for these companies. They wouldn't do it. They would actually have to say, oh man, I guess Madden ain't selling anymore, so I guess we actually have to do some innovation this year and try to put out something that's worth buying. But people keep buying Madden, you know? It really, ultimately, the power is always in the hands of the consumer. And so when I hear people complaining about the industry, right, I say, you know, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, obviously there's demand for it. Maybe it's not the same group of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, the person who is asking for a creative and original game to come out is probably not the same person who buys Madden every year. The person who buys Madden may play Madden and 2 other games a year, and that's all they play, because that's the kind of person that they are. They're not the mainstream hardcore gamer playing every other game. Admittedly, those yearly outings that are minimal effort, minimal innovation, are absolutely changing the industry. You're seeing companies and major publishers saying, these are our bread and butter. These are the games that we know we can make tons of money on every year, so keep pumping them out, because that's what allows us to then maybe take a chance on a different kind of game. All right. It's just tough. I would like to see more artistic games. I absolutely would. I want to see games that innovate. I feel like the first 5 years of me doing this full-time for a living, when I was playing games like BioShock Infinite and the Uncharted's when they were coming out and were new releases, and you know what I mean? Like, I could think of these innovative games, these games that kind of stood out when they were coming out and they blew you away when you played them. And today it's like, okay, it's another cookie-cutter game. It's another cookie-cutter game. When's the innovation? Even my favorite game of this year, Resident Evil 8 Village, is my favorite game so far for 2021. By far, it's the one I enjoyed the most playing. Did it really innovate that much? I mean, it had some photorealistic graphics, sure. But outside of that, did it really innovate that much? Not really. It was pretty much, you know, it was Resident Evil 7 with a more open world, and you know, it was kind of similar gameplay mechanics. So, you know, I don't know. Where do you find, again, you have to find like a happy medium. You know what I'm saying? Where is that happy medium? Because these companies do absolutely need to make profit in order to finance more creative projects. But does that mean that 98% of their efforts go into the same shit you've already played, nothing creative, just to make a buck, and then maybe you get one innovative game a year? You know, where's the balance there? I don't know. Second question from Nick. Will there be a certain point of diminishing returns with graphics being pushed over generations where they'll all be amazing? In turn, focus will shift back to gameplay, or might games go for different art styles to stand out? It really is an issue to care about. Oh, wait. Is it really an issue to care about, or are games good enough now that it's inconsequential? I mean, I will tell you, basically at this point, some of these games we're playing are really photorealistic. Like Detroit Become Human. Like I just said, like games like Resident Evil 8 and other recent releases around that time frame. Like, if you look at these games coming out, you're like, how can they really improve any more on the graphics from the way that they are? And some people might argue, well, then increase the frame rate, increase the detail and stuff like that, rather than focusing mainly on just the graphical models of the characters. Maybe there's other things we could tweak. Lighting, right? The big thing right now is lighting. How you can do the real-time lighting generation and all that shit. What do they call it? Anti-aliasing and shit, and everything that's fucking going on in these games now that normally wouldn't have been possible on console. Ray tracing, right? Oh my god. Ray tracing enabled on PS5 is like the biggest thing right now. Okay? Does it necessarily add a ton to the game? No. If you played Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart with or without ray tracing, I don't think it changed the game. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little bit, wow, that was cool. Okay, back to the action. You see? So basically for me, like, graphics are absolutely a concern, but for me, as long as the game is fun and has a gameplay loop that hooks me, I really don't care that much on graphics. Some people are the opposite. Some people are these graphics nerds, really. Like, oh my god, the game must run at a full 60 frames, I'm not even touching it, shit like that, right? Are we getting to the point where it's inconsequential? No. Especially when people are paying for these next-gen consoles. They're expecting a step up. If you're paying $500 for a new console and the game looks the same as it does on the last-gen console, there's obviously a problem there, right? The good news is, at the very least, even if the graphics don't look much better, there's been other improvements. For example, loading times have been dramatically reduced on these newer consoles due to the SSDs, you know, the solid-state drives. So, what I would argue is, graphics are important, but they're not the end-all be-all of a game. If graphics were important, you never would see hit indie games, right? Who would have played Undertale if graphics were important? How would Among Us have been a virally popular, insanely profitable game if graphics were important? It wouldn't have. People would have been, oh, look at those games that look like shit, man. I'm not playing that. That's not the case. These games can be popular for other reasons. That's a good thing. In my opinion, there is room for games to have groundbreaking, amazing graphics and blow you away, but there's also room for an indie title to come out that doesn't look great but plays fun and, you know, has a cool addictive loop and you can play it with friends. That also has a place in gaming right now, you know, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing that it's not all about just pumping out state-of-the-art graphics and that's it. I do like the fact that you can have games that have a more retro feel and they're still popular. But the thing is, and I think this is the core of what Nick is asking, have we hit a point in graphical development that now game developers are going to say, well, we've done all we can with the graphics, now we have to go back to innovating gameplay? Because honestly, that really is where we're lacking right now. There's been very little innovation of gameplay in the last few years. How many games can you say you played and you felt like you were playing something completely different from anything else? I couldn't even tell you maybe a single game like that. I mean it. Like, usually whatever game you play is a tweaking of a previous game engine or a previous genre to become best in class. Like Ghost of Tsushima last year did absolutely nothing completely innovative, but by perfecting certain things that I've done in other games, became kind of a best in class example. You see? That's really where games are shining these days. Same thing with God of War from a couple years ago. Was that game groundbreaking? Oh my god, I'm doing things I've never done in a game before? No. But did it have a great story, great motion capture, great graphics, great gameplay, open world exploration, ton of content? Yes. So it did everything good. It just didn't blow you away with something new. See what I'm saying? And then, you know, there's games that gamble, and sometimes the gamble pays off and sometimes it doesn't. I'll give you an example here that a lot of people are going to kind of cringe at. Death Stranding. I feel that Death Stranding took 2 gambles by becoming a game that took a really crazy chance on doing crazy gameplay that you've never done in any game before, but at the same time made the game more about the arcing narrative and an overall narrative of the game rather than the gameplay. Kojima actually said the gameplay of the game is not meant to be entertaining. He literally said that. He said the point of the gameplay is to push the story across. The fact that everyone's separated, it's an arduous, long task to get these people connected again. That was the point of the game, like the plot of the game. But the question is, was that a fun game to play? And it really wasn't. Like, the gameplay sucked shit. But the story was groundbreakingly amazing. I loved the story of Death Stranding. I want to see more stuff like that from Kojima and other game developers. I just wish he could have paired it with gameplay that was also entertaining, you see? So you can't really have it both ways. If it's about graphics, great. But when your graphics get to a certain point, how do you innovate the gameplay? How do you take the chance of doing something new and different, right? I don't know. Anyway, will graphics become inconsequential at some point? It's a good question. Will we actually get to the point where consoles and the PC have pushed graphics so far that the game developers are like, can't do anything better, so let's try to do something innovative with the gameplay? I don't know, man.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
We haven't gotten there yet.
Every time
like
I look
said,
at his
I think
patchy
we're
goatee, I
finally
find
reaching
a new
console
bald
generation
spot.
where we can get games that load quickly and run at 60 frames per second. How fucking long has it been? How many console generations since they promised it was going to be great? I mean, I would say I'd go all the way back to fucking Xbox 360 and PS3, where they promised the world, under-delivered. Okay, here's the next console. Promised the world, under-deliver. Okay, here's the next console. Finally, with PS5 and Xbox Series X, we're seeing some of these promises on graphical performance and loading times actually being lived up to, finally. So maybe now that we're getting to that point, now game developers can focus more on innovating gameplay. All right? But what I am happy about is that it is not all about graphics. There is a place where indie games that don't have amazing, groundbreaking graphics can thrive. They are thriving right now. So that's good. Third question from Nick. He says, do you think games with a retro feel are hitting back at them, like Retro City Rampage, Undertale, Bloodstained, Katana Zero, have a place in today's gaming? Is it only effective on retro gamers, or do you think they can appeal to a more modern audience like me, early 20s? It is strange for someone like me to retroactively be nostalgic for games that I wasn't around for. Admittedly for me, all right, when I'm playing a game that has a retro feel or retro look to it, I do get nostalgia because I think about the days when I used to play NES and stuff like that. Absolutely, those games are appealing to me because I'm of that age range. I was growing up in the 80s and 90s and playing those games, and now having a new modern game that has that feel to it, it's appealing to me. I don't know if those games are necessarily trying to appeal to a younger demographic. But again, they could still be popular with a younger demographic if it depends on viral popularity, if it depends on if a game can show that it has an addictive gameplay loop and you want to play it. Like, I never would have suspected a game like Among Us would have been as popular as it is, but it only became popular when popular content creators started making viral content with it. That game, it was out for almost 2 years before it became popular, and then it became virally popular because of content creators playing it, not necessarily because of the game itself. Okay? We're in a unique time right now where people are realizing that anyone who turns on a stream can become an influencer and influence the actions of other people. And so you can get games that necessarily aren't modernized games that can become virally popular, you know? Yeah, it's interesting. I would say there's definitely a place for it, like Undertale, too. Like, that was a game is trying to appeal to a more retro audience, definitely with its style of gameplay, but then it has modernized themes and shit in it that you don't see in old school games. So it's kind of a hybrid. It appeals to two different audiences at once. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky thing, because I know for a fact that when you see you gotta remember this, for every Undertale, for every Bloodstained, for every Among Us, there's probably 20 to 30 indie games that come out that are similar that fail miserably. And that's just that. Like, how many game companies probably saw the popularity of those games and says, now's our time to shine, and no one even knew about their games and the games failed, right? And that's sad. But at the same time, that's kind of the nature of the beast. The entertainment industry is flooded with video games right now, and it's hard to keep track of every little one and see which one's going to be popular. Again, Among Us got lucky. A game like Five Nights at Freddy's got lucky. End up getting picked up by a mainstream audience and becoming insanely popular, you know? So, are these games appealing to only an old school audience? No, but the fact that they have retro vibes to them will appeal to a wider audience, because you get the old school vibe, older people who play them, but more virally popular themes and gameplay, you know what I mean? Like, that'll appeal to a younger crowd. But I don't know, you know, like, honestly, I don't feel that I've played enough indies, especially the last few years, to really give kind of a well-versed opinion on the subject. Maybe if I had actually played Katana Zero or Retro City Ramplay, I would understand better. I never played these. I didn't play Among Us, right? I definitely feel like I wish that there were, how can I say it? I wish that games could get recognized for being fun and becoming popular, but not just because a fucking streamer played it. You know what I mean? Like, I find it pathetic that, like, Among Us gets popular, but then there's probably 10 other games that are as good, if not better, and no one will ever hear of them, because now Among Us got all the steam and all the kids want to play Among Us. You know what I mean? The same thing has happened over the years with so many games. Minecraft, right? Not to say Minecraft's a bad game. It's an insanely innovative and amazing game for when it came out. But then how many other games got glossed over because of Minecraft becoming so popular, you know? And then you look at the other games over the years that have been similar popularity, you know? I hate that you get a game that becomes like the forefront of what mainstream viral gaming is, and then all the other games get brushed under the rug, you know? How many indie games did not get played now in the last year because Among Us was the one that everyone talked about, you know? It is what it is. All right, I got a bunch of super chats that came in. Let me see if I can answer these quickly before we get to the next question. 0 tips, but a bunch of super chats. Europe Gaming did a super chat. I love and support. Thanks for the great streams. You're welcome. Thank you, Europe Gaming. Brandon Smith became a channel member. Thank you, Brandon, for joining the channel. That means we've hit a new record of 222 channel members. That's the most we've ever had here on YouTube. When we hit 225, we unlock a new emote for everybody. So thank you guys for that. Chef Domeski has done a super chat and says, Happy Thursday, Phil. Thank you, Chef. I appreciate that. Let's get you up on the leaderboard as the latest super chatter. Very nice. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's get to the next question, shall we? So, I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. All right. Our next question is from I Cured It With My Brain, and he asked the following. Were there any foods that you hated as a child, but you've now grown to appreciate as an adult, and vice versa? When I was a kid, I mean, I really didn't like certain things. I hated broccoli. I thought broccoli was disgusting. And my mom loved broccoli, and at least once a week she would make a meal with broccoli. And I told my mom, I'm not eating it. When I eat it, I was retching. I was feeling sick to my stomach. I thought that the broccoli was absolutely disgusting. So what she would do is she would implement the broccoli in a dish. So for example, my parents would have grilled chicken, a side of like rice-a-roni or something like that, and broccoli. I wouldn't want to eat it separate because I thought that the broccoli was disgusting. So my mom would take the three and put them together as like a bowl. Like today you can go to like a restaurant and get like, oh, the Cantina bowl or whatever. She essentially would do that for me. She would chop up the broccoli, chop up the chicken, and mix it in with the rice so it all was together. And when you put it together, it actually tastes better. You had the flavor of the thing you liked with the thing you didn't like, and it negated the flavor of the thing you didn't like. Okay? When I was a kid, I absolutely hated seafood.
Hound's fault.
Because I thought seafood looked disgusting. I was like, dude, shrimp, lobster, crabs, they look like bugs. They look like underwater bugs. Why the fuck would I want to eat a bug? That's disgusting. I thought they were creepy with their little legs going across the water and shit. Why the hell would I want to eat that? You know? As I grew up and I stopped being creeped out by bugs, I actually started trying seafood and realized that it's insanely delicious. Especially shellfish that I avoided for the longest time.
They said, Phil, you know, we could.
And also I've learned that things that necessarily don't look appetizing can be very, very delicious.
How much we
For example, when I was a kid, I never would want to eat a fish at all if I could avoid it. Maybe fish sticks and stuff like that, but that was it. Then when I grew up, I was like, oh, I'll be adventurous. So I went to this restaurant. It was a Thai restaurant, and I went there many years ago.
Tiger.
I forget what kind of fish it was. I don't remember. But it was the fish had the scales on it and shit. But it had all this sauce and seasoning and things. And I usually eat it like this, huh? So I start to eat it. I'm thinking, oh, this fish is going to be like rock hard, crunchy, disgusting. It was insanely soft and flaky. Everything on that fish was completely edible and insanely delicious.
Hulk Hogan's dick.
I couldn't believe how good it was. But when you're a kid, you don't really venture out too much because you always want things that look safe or things that you're used to, you know, seeing or eating. And then when you get older, you become way more adventurous, you know. Let's see, what else didn't I like when I was a kid? Let me think about this. You know what? All right. What did I like as a kid that I don't like anymore? I was
Thanks for the money,
insanely,
stupid fuck.
of course, as any kid, into sweets.
Has such a man
Any kind
baby.
of candy, anything
Cat
I could
probably
eat. I would
has
eat
to cut his food
Smarties,
up for
I
him
would
so
Mentos,
Piggy
I would
can
eat
eat it.
Junior Mints. I would eat any kind of chocolate you could put in front of me. I ate. You know what I mean? Lollipops, anything. I was a sugarholic. As I got older, the cravings that I have for certain things, like right now, I would not eat Skittles unless I was forced to. I have no desire to eat sugary candies like that. I would not eat Smarties. I would not eat Sour Patch Kids. I would not eat any gummies. The only candy, like right now, that I genuinely would crave is something with chocolate, like a good candy bar that has chocolate in it, like a Snickers or Milky Way. You know, variations of things that have chocolate in it, or peanut butter too. Like I really still like peanut butter as an adult, but as a kid, I loved all of that shit. And now I literally never eat. Oh, okay. When I was a kid, I always liked those like little snack cakes, like Little Debbie snack cakes, or like the Hostess cupcakes. Oh my god, those were amazing. I always loved those. Now I couldn't even want one. I'm serious. If you put one in front of me, I'd be like, I just have no craving for that stuff anymore. Anything that's like ultra sweet, I just don't care for anymore. Okay. Now something interesting, okay, that's happened to me in the past 5 years. And it was kind of a forced life change that I had to do, but now it's actually changed my cravings. When I was a kid, I was all about the red meat. Give me meatloaf, give me burgers, give me, you know, that kind of stuff. I loved red meat, sausage, bacon, give it all to me. I'm not saying I don't still like that stuff, okay? But I don't really crave it anymore because I had to change my diet about 5 years ago because I found out that I was diagnosed with gout, which is a condition where basically your blood acid, uric acid levels are off. Your uric acid levels can get very high, and if your uric acid levels get high, you can get insanely painful crystals that build up in your joints, uric acid crystals. It feels like someone is stabbing you with a knife over and over and over in your joint, and your joint swells up to the point where you can't even walk on it, okay? So when this happened to me, I had to basically change my entire diet and lifestyle because I used to be all about the red meat. So I stopped eating burgers, I stopped eating steak, I stopped eating these things often. Every once in a while, you have them once or twice a week in minimal portions or moderation, it's okay. I just can't eat it every day anymore like I used to, okay? So when I changed my diet and I started eating way more chicken, you know, fish that's not shellfish, okay, that kind of stuff, turkey, anything that wasn't considered a red meat, I essentially stopped craving the red meat. Like, when I stopped eating it as a regular part of my diet, my body didn't really crave it. Like, right now, I know a steak is delicious, but I don't crave steak. Like, I really don't. I have no desire right now to eat a juicy steak. I used to have that craving all the time, and now I don't. Same thing with burgers. Like, a good burger is delicious, but I'm not like, oh, man, I want to go out and grab burgers right now. I don't get that desire anymore. It kind of phased out as an adult when I changed my, my diet. So when I was a kid, I was all about the sweets. I was all about the red meats. I was all about that kind of stuff. And now that I've gotten older, I almost never eat dessert at all. But now I like shellfish, which I didn't like as a kid. And what I'll tell you is of course, being an adult, like this comes with being an adult. When you're an adult, you can actually have the ability to pick your own cuisine and venture out and try different things. You'll find you like other things. Like recently I found that I like Mediterranean food. I like Indian food. I like certain Asian cultures, food like Thai food and stuff that I never tried before. And I tried, I'm like, wow, this is really good. But I never had the opportunity when I was younger to try that. When I was younger, I was eating Italian food, Polish food, that kind of stuff, because that's the culture I came from. That's what my mom would cook. And all the local restaurants near me when I was a kid were Italian. So we ate out, we ate Italian. That was it, Italian all the way. Now there's like no Italian restaurants where I live in Washington. And the ones that are out here are very, very, very inauthentic to what I'm used to. Let's put it that way. So you basically get accustomed to whatever's available, whatever's readily available for you, right? And so now my cuisine tastes are much more adventurous based on what I used to do when I was a kid. Okay, a few shout outs here. Ann Shang Forever tipped me $1.30. Says, I'm enjoying the Ask the King streams. Thank you very much, Ann Shang, for that. I appreciate your tip and the positivity. And then I received a tip from 672 for $6.72. Says, consider the DSP controller emote for your next choice. That's the one where I'm holding the PS5 controller, I believe, right? He said, by the way, I love Ask the King. I enjoy your take on recent events in gaming. I hope that it can stay. Thank you, 672. Biggest tip of the day. Only the third tip of the day. Thank you for that. Let's add that to the running total. And then we got super chats to shout out again. Shout out to Everything PlayStation 890, who did a super chat. Says, what do you think about Kena Bridge of Spirits delay? I mean, it's only a month delay. It was going to come out in August amidst a million other games. Now it's going to come out in September amidst a million other games. So it didn't really matter. Like, I don't think it's going to hurt the game by delaying it a month. And if they can make the game better, if there's a significant thing they're trying to improve, and they feel like a month of delay will do that, then I think they should do that. So, not a big deal. If the game had been delayed significantly, it would have been more of a bigger bummer. But I think that the 1 month delay is not a big deal at all. Chad B did a super chat. Says, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Waka waka waka. That's definitely a Fozzie Bear joke. All right, so thank you, Chad. You were the latest super chatter. So let's get you. Whoa, what
so when I laugh and I go,
there we go. Thank you for super chat.
Does that sound like ack, ack, ack,
okay.
ack, ack? No.
Excuse me, continuing on.
Special delivery. Special delivery.
The next question is from We Stream No Games. They asked the following. Phil, I've been a long-time viewer of yours all the way back since 2010. I love your gameplay content, but personally, one of my favorite things that you do is to watch stuff that you will do outside of gameplay. I guess it means like this show, right? Mainly because I like watching your videos for you. If the game isn't interesting to me or I don't want it spoiled, I'll end up not watching that particular playthrough. My question is, would you consider doing more streams that are not gameplay related? Stuff where you talk on camera, such as Ask the King, are great. I'd appreciate more IRL live streaming stuff to fit into your style. I know you said you don't want to do Cooking with the King. Maybe it would be fun to watch you try a new recipe on camera. First of all, I'm just going to reiterate. If ever I were to innovate my content, it ain't going to be Cooking with the King. The furthest the most I would go is maybe refilming myself making a pot of Italian sauce, because when I made it at this point over 7 years ago, that recipe is very, very different from what I do today. I tweaked it to the point where now everything's in line with being way more authentic, more robust flavor, way less of the shitty sugar and additives and things that I put in that weren't very good. I also usually don't even make homemade meatballs anymore. I usually buy something else to toss in it. But it's very different today than how it was 7 years ago. My recipe's been tweaked a lot, okay? But outside of that, I gotta say something. I hope you guys will listen up, okay? I don't cook that much. I personally only cook basic things, because when I cook, I know I'm not a great cook. and I don't want to waste food and time. I don't have time to waste cooking. You guys know my work schedule. I work a very lengthy first stream. It ends. I immediately usually either eat or have to cook there if my wife's at work. And then I have to rush back to stream for my second stream of the day. I don't have extended periods of time to be making giant meals and then having time to clean it all up afterward, all right? What do I cook? I'll give you an example of some of the things this week. One day I'm making pasta. What does that entail? I'm boiling pasta in a fucking pot, and I already have pre-made sauce that I'm thawing out, heating up, and pouring it over it. Wow. That's amazing cooking right there. It's just groundbreaking stuff, right? Yesterday I cooked for my wife. I made turkey burgers. How do you make turkey burgers? You put them in a goddamn pan, you fry them, season them, flip them a couple times. Wow. You see what I'm saying? I don't make anything complex. I don't make anything interesting. I'm not good at cooking. When my wife cooks more complex things, she does a better job than me, but I'm working when she cooks. Like, I don't know what people seem to understand. It's like, you want me to stream as much as I can. People are actually complaining. This morning I got complaints. I'm not playing enough of the new games that are coming out. But yet you want me to somehow magically make time to not stream to go film things being cooked in the kitchen. All right? It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm not a cook. All right? It's not. I'm not a cook. This shit is not going to happen. Fair enough? Okay. Now, if you have an idea for a new style of show that you would like to see me do, all right, that is not cooking, but is something else that could have to do with not just playing games, but it's something that I could do within the realm of me working here in my office or, my job, I'm all ears. In fact, we just started one not only a month ago called Feasting with the King. The premise of Feasting with the King is to expand upon and extrapolate upon the series DSP Tries It that I've been doing for some 10 years and changing it into something different. All right, instead of me just buying one sandwich from Wendy's and saying, here it is, let's try it. Okay, here's what I'm tasting. Okay, I give it a 4 out of 5, and that's it. Instead, it's an event. We sit down together earlier on the stream or the day, and we order cuisine together off of a menu. It's interactive experience. Then, it shows up. There's 2, 3 new things I'm trying for the first time. It's a meal experience where I can tell you how each thing is, what I'm tasting for the first time, what I'm experiencing, what it smells like, what it's like, is it spicy or whatever. And then we can have fun dialogue and conversations while I'm eating that meal, right? The one episode I did of this show so far, people said is a smash hit, they want more. So I'm doing another one in early August when I do another marathon, okay? That's a great idea, but that's not something I'm going to be doing all the time. It's something maybe every month, every 2 months, when there's a special event or something going on. That's not something that I would consider doing all the time, because that absolutely will hinder my gameplay streams, you see? I am absolutely excited for the next episode of that. I can't wait to get your feedback on that, okay? But outside of that, like, what else kind of stuff would you guys like to see me do that I could do right here on stream that isn't going to significantly either take away from me doing my gameplay streams or isn't unfeasible? Like, go cook. I'm not cooking. I'm not a fucking cook. I have no desire to become a professional chef and make recipes for you guys. It's a waste of time. I'm not doing that, okay? If you have another idea, please share it with me. But not the same shit you've been saying for 10 years and I keep telling you, no, I'm not interested. Okay? So, let's see. Opening trading cards for money. So, let's see. I don't collect trading cards. I don't have money to collect trading cards. But you want me to open trading cards. Oh my god. Anyway, I think you guys see my point, don't you? I think you see the point I'm trying to make here. Is that if you have ideas, share my way, but just asking for the same thing for 10 years ain't going to work, especially if I didn't do it in the last 10 years, okay? By the way, I believe my wife has left for work. And if that is the case, I can actually open the door and turn on all the air conditioners, and we can have Jasper in here if he wants to join us. Let me check everything here. Yeah, see? So...
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
All right.
Guys, stop
I just wanted
asking me
that
to do
quickly
things
because I
that
know
take
you guys
time, money, and
asked
effort.
for Jasper to
You
be
know
on the
I'm
streams,
not
and
into
today's
that kind
actually
of
the day
stuff.
he can be on the stream if he wants, but I had to wait for my wife to go to work, which she has now. So now I'm opening up all the doors and basically turning on all the air conditioners to have the whole house air conditioned, and that means he can come in now, okay? All right, so if you guys have ideas for a new show,
Phil is super
send them my
feeded
way.
already.
All right? Alice Telemon tipped me $1.30, says, Revive Hate Live. Now, the thing about Hate Live, again, this was a show, this was my ongoing podcast that I used to do. And the reason that it was a fun show was because at that time, I wasn't an interactive streamer. Hate Live was an opportunity for me to talk about certain topics going on in gaming, to also talk about things going on in my personal life and the state of the streams and stuff that was interesting to you because this was a way for you to get that kind of interaction. It wasn't just about, oh, Phil's streaming a game and trying to make progress in a game playthrough. Okay? It made sense at the time. But when I became an interactive streamer and the fact that every day now on pre-stream, I talk about these topics. During the stream, you guys ask, I talk about these topics. I don't see how Hate Live could even fit into my content anymore. Like, what's the purpose of the show? When I do that every day, you know? Why can't I keep Jasper in the room when Cat's home? He would never go for that. Jasper is the kind of kitty, he wants freedom of reign to go wherever he wants. If he wants to come in and hang out with me during Ask the King, he's allowed to. But within 10 minutes, he'll get bored. He'll want to go another part of the house. Jasper is not a cat that stays in one room. He's just not. He likes having the freedom of going throughout the house. He'd get angry. He'd start pawing at the door. He'd start biting wires. He'd literally act up on purpose because he'd be upset that he's stuck in this room with me. So I'm not going to lock my cat in the room with me, but when my wife is home, that's fucked up. Have him be out there and have to spend time with her in an open house, which is what he wants, okay? Okay. Oh, you just saw his bow tie for the first time? It's cute, isn't it? His collar has a little bow tie on it. Okay. Let's continue with the questions. So, we stream no games. Thank you for the question. If you guys have genuine ideas for a new show I can do, or a show you'd like to see me do on stream, let me know. I'm all ears. I'd like to integrate new stuff into my content, but it can't be, oh, stop playing games in your office. Leave your office and expose things in your house that people have no fucking business knowing about or seeing. Go to your kitchen and cook a meal like a gourmet. I'm not a fucking chef, man. Think of something that relates to me, not something that you made up. For 10 years, I told you I didn't want to do. Okay? Okay. Plum Girl to me $1.30 says, I feel you on the cooking thing. I feel people just keep asking because it's outside the realm of what you typically do. So that's entertainment factor to watch you try to cook something you never made. Right. So think of something that's entertainment factor that I could do right here in my office in front of my camera and doesn't involve me, you know, doing shit that makes no sense and takes away from me having work time. Okay? It's that simple. Okay. Let's continue on. By the way, how much time do we got? We got about 15 minutes before I take my first break on the stream. Okay, cool. All right. Next question. Actually, it's two questions from the same person, and they're actually completely separate. Let's start with the first one. With no end in sight to the global semiconductor shortage, using automated checkout bots to purchase high-demand electronic items in high quantities, such as graphics cards and gaming consoles, in addition to non-electronic items like limited edition collectibles, clothing, and sneakers, and then reselling them for high markups over their original cost, this has become more lucrative than ever, with very little technical prowess required for those willing to invest in the initial capital in order to get started. Have you ever purchased something from a scalper and paid above its original cost due to it not being available at retail, or do you absolutely refuse to pay above original cost for anything? Have you ever been tempted to get into the world of scalping, and can you ever see yourself joining private scalper groups on Discord, which are commonly referred to as cook groups, and then eventually renting or purchasing bot keys to increase your chances of success? Holy shit. This is an elaborate question. All right. In a nutshell, no. I have never bought anything from a scalper in my life, and if I can avoid it, I would love to. I've never bought tickets from a scalper. I've never bought a electronic from a scalper. No. If I can't buy it at retail, I don't buy it, because I don't believe in the practice. I think that the practice should be illegal. I'm serious about this. If something is being sold at retail price to an open market, someone should not be able to purchase it and then resell it for an exorbitantly higher price and then stop people who legitimately wanted to buy it for use from using it. Okay? I'm sorry, I just don't think it should be illegal. I think there should be ways around it. There should be ways to stop this activity. I just believe that. All right? If scalping on tickets is illegal, think about this. If buying tickets to a concert, right? Or to a sports event, and then reselling them for a higher amount of money is illegal, because it is. Why isn't this illegal with other things? I don't get it. I don't understand why certain, this is okay, but this is not. All right. In reality, what it is that we are living in a digital age, but we're not ready for the law enforcement to catch up to the digital age. I can tell you right now, and this is not an exaggeration, go talk to your local police force, your local police presence, and ask them, what is your cyber capabilities? They will tell you, we barely have a budget to do what we need to do just to keep order on the streets, right? We don't have a fucking cyber task force to go out there and stop people doing illegal shit on the internet. We just don't have it. We don't have the means. We don't have the manpower. We don't have that capability. Yet, every day, something new is happening online. That's some big development, big business. You know what I mean? People were shocked with the PS5 and the Xbox Series X that this happened. Oh my God, how did these scalpers do this? Because it's an opportunity and there's no regulation of any of it. It's all free market, do whatever the fuck you want on the internet. There's people who literally stalk people on the internet. They ruin their lives by doing fucked up stuff to them on the internet. And there is no law enforcement to stop it. We have two existences now in the new day. In this present day, we have an IRL experience, right? Me sitting in this chair in my house with Jasper Kitty running around and me talking to the camera. All this is my IRL. But right now, I'm literally have a second life with you guys, a digital experience that I'm broadcasting to the internet, which is my business, my job, my online persona. You know, it's a different thing, but it's definitely part of my life. All right? But law enforcement hasn't caught up to take care of that digital life. It only can handle this life here. You see? So, in regards to scalping, I hate the practice. I think it's fucked up. I think it should be regulated. I think that certain situations it should be illegal. People should not be able to go out there and buy 72, 73 fucking PS5s each and then sell them on eBay. And basically, I didn't have to work for 2 years because I made, you know, $200,000 reselling consoles on the internet. That's pretty fucked up, okay? And it's to the point where, like, we now need someone to interject and say, okay, technology is advancing and that's great, but at some point when technology advances, everything else in life has to catch up to it. And that's not where we are right now. We're in a situation where now you're seeing rampant crime, abuse, and harassment on the internet, and people are not able to do anything about it. They're just not. Because we don't have anything to protect us online. We just don't. There's nothing to... The best thing you can do is ignore it, but what if when it directly affects you, right? People who actually have been wanting to have a PS5 or an Xbox Series X since launch and can't get one because the scalpers have about, from estimations, about 25 to 30% of these consoles are sitting around in the hands of scalpers unsold. That was a report that actually came out yesterday. Someone actually found out a way, with the PlayStation 5, someone found out a way to track how many PlayStation 5s have never been booted. Basically, their assumption is that if you boot the PS5, the game that comes with it is Astro's Playroom. It's free. You're going to play it. They tracked the amount of PS5s sold to the amount of people who actually booted Astro's Playroom. About 30% of people who apparently bought a PS5 never booted Astro's Playroom. How does that make sense? It's the free game. So 30% of the consoles out there are sitting unused because of scalpers. Right? So if that's the case... How do we stop this? This is crazy. It's a market where, how are game developers going to be profitable if people aren't buying? How is it that Ratchet and Clank, the system exclusive, all right, the system exclusive for PlayStation 5 only sold 1 million copies in its first month? Returnal, the game that Sony is claiming was a smash hit, only sold 500,000 copies, but there's been 10 million PlayStation 5s sold. Because they're sitting around unplayed because scalpers bought them all. All right? It's obviously a problem. It's obviously a fucking problem. Okay? So anyway, no, I would never participate in scalping. I would never be in a Discord group. Like I told you guys, if I couldn't get these consoles, I just couldn't get the consoles. I wasn't going to have them. I'm not going to... Anyone who goes out there and buys a console from a scalper, you are 100% supporting that practice. You have now created that vicious cycle. Man, it really hurt when I paid $900 for my PS5. No, you shouldn't. You don't even have the right to say that. By buying that, you created that cycle to continue. So it's your own fucking fault that you paid that much because you actively chose to do it, and now you made it so that more people will just try to do it in the future. You know? So, absolutely not. No, I don't support the practice. I would never be part of that shit at all. I've never been tempted to join the world of scalping or anything like that. The only things that I've ever paid more than what you consider market price are collectibles. Like, for example, yes, for a while there, I was going to conventions and I was buying retro games. And yeah, I'm paying way above what you would think would be the estimated price because these are people selling them at convention. And they're looking to make a profit. And also they're saying, oh, this is a high-value collectible, so you're going to pay more. That's very different than buying a modern piece of technology and trying to scalp it at fucking, retail price, Okay. The second part of his question, this is Cisco Certified who asked these questions, by the way. He said, when you played Fighting EX Layer, you said one of its turnoffs for you was the Gougy system. Now that Arika released Fighting EX Layer, another dash on Nintendo Switch, and removed that Gougy system, would you play it again? No. The game's old. The game's, 2-3 years old? I don't care about that game anymore. When they released it, they had this system. And much to previous fighting games, it was a system. I call them isms, because that's kind of what they were called in Capcom games. Capcom would say, oh, X-ism, that plays like old school Street Fighter 2. Oh, V-ism, that's the ism where you have custom combos. A-ism, that's the standard one where it plays like a more modernized fighting game, you see? This has been present in many different games before, including the Capcom vs. SNK series, was really the one where it was very prominent, CVS 2. And then they decided to they called it the Gougy system in Fighting EX Layer. And what it did is that your character would have different builds. Oh, you're faster, or you're a super armor character, and stuff like that. It was completely broken. What ended up happening was, people were able to build a class that you basically couldn't... 90% of the gameplay was invalid. Like, you would make entire characters suck, and certain characters were insanely overpowered because you couldn't stop them from doing their moves. And so if they're just... anytime they do their move, it's going to come out and hit you. It's like, damn, that's pretty broken. And basically the entire game became more about building the broken Gougy system rather than actually having any fighting game fundamentals. The Gougy system actually bypassed fighting game fundamentals. So after the game was out for about 2 weeks, it completely became a waste of time to play. It really did. Like, it was like, wow, this game is completely broken and sucks now. So you're saying the game came out on Switch and they removed it. Well, too little too late. The game's 2-3 years old. I don't care about it. I'm not going back to it. I'm certainly not buying it again on the Switch. The game didn't have that much of a following when it was on PS4 anyway. So I'm definitely not going out of my way to buy it again, So no, too little too late for those guys. Cheese Master asked me, Philly, would you consider yourself a pretzel guy? When I was younger, actually, this kind of goes in line with the question from earlier. Someone said, things you liked when you were younger, and do you still like them now? When I was younger, I actually liked pretzels a ton. That was one of my favorite snack foods at night. If I was craving a little something, just pop a few pretzels, Today, not so much. I think what it is I don't really like a lot of high sodium foods like that. And even though they taste great sometimes, like, I don't want to eat
Are you going to just complain all night? Just leave that.
Every once in a while, I'll eat a pretzel, but it's not something that's like I crave or anything. However, I will tell you this. I absolutely love those fresh pretzels you can get at, like, the mall, like, pretzel. They're not called Pretzel Time. It's Pretzel Maker, the super pretzels and things like that. Those are fucking good. The fresh baked pretzel, the big one, and you can get flavorings on it and stuff. Like, you can get...
Can someone please shut up this
sour
dude
cream
who's
and
being
onion. You
a
get cinnamon
moron?
and sugar. I see pizza pretzels with pepperoni and cheese and sauce and stuff. That shit's... I like that. But I don't necessarily like just, like, eating a bag of pretzels anymore. Okay? Auntie Anne. Yeah, Auntie Anne's is fucking amazing. I love Auntie Anne's pretzels. Absolutely. Some shout-outs. Mechanical tipped me $1.30. So how about working out with the king? Would improve your health and provide some new content. Okay, number one, how would I do that? I don't have anywhere to work out that I can record. If I were to work out, I'd likely clean out my garage and have a place to work out there. So we're talking, that's something that could never be implemented until I do many different things in life. We're actually working on cleaning out the garage, and we're hoping by the end of the year we can step by step get all the shit out of there and have some space to do stuff with. But I'm not going to work out here in my office. It's tiny. There's wires everywhere. I'm certainly not going to risk damaging something in here, and there's no other place to do it, all right?
What do I do?
That's also more of a lifestyle choice. Like, that's something that eventually, if I decide to work out, maybe I will implement it into something that I do with content, but it's not something at this time that I'm going to do. It's a big lifestyle change to do it, okay? So that's a maybe. It's not a no. It's a maybe for the future, but that's definitely not something that could be an immediate thing. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to ask Phil, I wish you would do a new kind of show. By the way, this show would be something that you have to completely change your fucking lifestyle and rearrange your house to do. No, that's not going to happen, especially not right away. Is it something I consider for long term? Yes. Is it something I could do tomorrow? Fuck no. I'm not going to do that. It's ridiculous. It's over the top, crazy, asking me for things that are unreasonable. I literally just said, how about suggestions of things I could do right here in the office as a show? And the first suggestion
Thanks
I
for
get
the money,
is something that I
stupid
can't.
fuck.
Anti-HNS pretzels, dude.
Okay. More
That's
YouTube
some salt.
contributions have come in. Let's see here. So Barely Legal Super Shy says, oh, turn this into a full-time cooking show in your kitchen. No. Jenna Tools did a super chat. Said, do you know knock knock jokes? Knock knock? No. Thank you for the super chat. Budget Django said, I think you would start doing interviews with longtime viewers, finding more out about them, or maybe reaching out to game devs. See, here's the thing. That sounds like a great idea, except for the fact that now I have such an online following of people who harass people who are followers of my content that I wouldn't even want to put people at risk doing it. And that's just me being honest. There's people who've come to these streams and don't even contribute in any way, shape, or form financially and have been harassed online by my fucking haters. It's fucked up. These people have gone way beyond the realm of reason. The realm of reason, oh, I don't like someone, so maybe I'll troll them on the internet. Maybe I'll troll the direct people who have interaction with them or whatever.
Tevin's fault.
Maybe I'll troll a little. No, these people have gone far, 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 far beyond that. To the point where now they're actually, like, anyone who has any positive involvement with me in any way, shape, or form is now, these people are seeking them out and harassing them online.
Stop this!
You see? To the point where I'm like, I wouldn't want to do a show where I even interview a viewer, because God forbid that viewer say something that gives away their location or gives away their personal information, and now online they get doxxed and they get harassed. So, as much as that actually sounds like an innocent suggestion for most people,
Thanks,
sadly
Derek.
it's something I wouldn't be able to
appreciate
do
that.
because of the level of online harassment that I get. Okay. Chad did another super chat. He said, what about a virtual sit down with the viewers, background checks, verified chat topics onto it? I literally just answered that. Then he did another super chat. He said, thoughts on an FF battle system. I prefer the old turn-based way. I feel it's preventing me from buying the remake of Final Fantasy VII. I personally do also like a turn-based traditionalist JRPG style system. The action hybrid things that we've been seeing the last few years, it actually kind of started with the Tales of series. I remember playing like Tales of Vesperia, and that was a very action-based combat system. And then you see other franchises, Kingdom Hearts and freaking Final Fantasy now implementing this, you know, to the point where everything's just massive 100% action-based and really doesn't have many RPG elements in it anymore. That's cool for maybe a mainstream audience trying to get a newcomer to jump in. But what about those of us who've been longtime fans of the genre, and now you're changing the genre? I don't necessarily like that. I want the option to play turn-based and the option to do action-based. I don't just want everything's becoming action-based. So I prefer turn-based because I'm a more traditionalist. PFAF has become a channel member. Thank you so much, PFAF, for joining, and that means we've hit yet another milestone. The highest number of members we've ever had, 223 and growing. Thank you very much, PFAF, for that. Klain did a super chat. He says, what about consider doing a one-off throwback stream where I put the camera on the TV with commentary? Can't do it. I don't have it anymore. All that old equipment doesn't work anymore. The old cameras that I used to have, I ran them into the ground when I used them. Like, I literally was using that camera 8 to 10 hours a day, which is not made to do. Digital camera is not made to be used that much. I was using them so much they were falling apart. My only camera that I have left right now, okay, has a faulty door where as I'm using it, it pops open and the battery shoots out. Okay, in order for me to do a camera-based playthrough, I would have to buy new equipment, which I'm not going to do for a one-off gimmick thing. Listen, I understand the whole campiness and the nostalgia factor of doing it like that again. It's just not viable. The equipment doesn't work anymore. Okay. Hussein Humande has done a super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry I butchered your name. Jenna Tools did another super chat and said, knock knock, who's there? Europe. Okay. Europe who? Plum Girl did a super chat and says, maybe movie reaction streams. I don't watch movies. Like, when am I gonna watch a movie? And if you mean watch a movie live and react to it live, that's not viable. Like, yes, there were watch parties on Twitch, but you had to be an Amazon Prime subscriber. People who couldn't watch along with you. Guess what? I'm not on Twitch anymore. I can't watch a movie with you guys and do reactions. It's not viable. You can't do it. Okay? Yusef did a super chat. He says, what are thoughts on Vince Russo? I don't have thoughts on Vince Russo. I don't care about him. But thank you, Yusef, for the super chat. So you're the latest super chatter. I really don't give a fuck about Vince Russo. I don't. Okay. I think we have time for maybe... No, actually, we don't. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first break of the stream. Thank you for the support so far. There's going to be at least another 1 to 2 parts. So, if you're watching live on stream, take a few minutes. It's going to be a short break. It's going to be 5 minutes, you know, not a long break or anything like that. If you're watching on demand on YouTube, there'll be another part coming up. So be sure to keep an eye out for that right here on this channel. All right, guys? Thank you very much. And I will see you all in a little bit. Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champion. Alright? WWE champion lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champion. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. A zombie apocalypse is coming for you. Zabadazoo, find Katie's on breaks before she dies. Find Katie's on breaks before she dies. Find Katie's on breaks before she dies.
La 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 la.
There you go. Here, listen to my beautiful singing voice.
La 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 la.
Stop it! Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row.
Zibbity, zabbity, zabbity zoo. We gotta find a way into the maintenance room. Zibbity, zabbity zoo. Zibbity, zabbity zoo. We gotta find a way into the maintenance room. Cool, fire. Oh shit, a sledgehammer. Sledgehammer. Oh yeah. Sledgehammer.
Do you want to play the fucking game?
Sledgehammer. Oh yeah. Sledgehammer. I'm coming for you. Oh yeah. Zabadazoo. The soothing sounds of Barry White during the zombie apocalypse.
I don't know where to go here. I'm gonna do this.
Go straight.
What is this?
Go right.
I don't know where to go here. I'm gonna do this.
Go straight.
What do I do?
Go right.
I don't know where to go here. I'm gonna do this.
Go straight.
What is this?
Go right. Rock those straight. Foot.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
What do I do?
Go. Fatty fat fuck. Today's been incredibly slow. criticism is a great thing. And whenever people write off criticism immediately, it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense to me, you know? It's Kevin's fault. It's Sewer Hound's fault.
Miserable. Just miserable.
$51 tip from No Couture during the break. So thank you very much to No Couture. And let's add that in there because that would mean we at least have hit the Gunner Glasses goal for today. Let's get that up there. Let's see here. No Couture. And that jumps us up to, so 51 plus 11.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Thank you very much to No Couture for that very generous tip. Also, Uncle Vatrid just took me $5.
Thanks for the money,
I'm replaying the Dark Souls series.
Some fun for Snort
the quadrilogy. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 through 3 of the 4, which are least favorite, and why. Personally, I think 3 is by far the worst. I would argue the best is definitely the first. I don't know why. I still think to this day that the first one's the best game out of all of them. Honestly, out of them, I think Demon Souls is the worst because Demon Souls doesn't have the modernization factors of the other games that made them better. No fucking bonfires and shit, you know. And the fact that there's like these long stretches of really annoying parts you have to redo over and over and over. The Staircase of Doom with the motherfucking tentacle face guys. Oh my god. That shit is bad. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that Demon Souls doesn't have good parts, too, but I just feel like you can see how Demon Souls became something awesome with the Dark Souls series. So I would argue Dark Souls 1's the best, Demon Souls is the worst. Okay? A lot of people will argue about Dark Souls 3. Personally, I think Dark Souls 3 is really good. I just feel that a lot of people feel it's not as tough as the other games, because they had so many modernizations to it to make it more accessible. What you guys actually have to realize, though, is that that game actually made that style of game accessible to a lot of people. And when they then went and made Sekiro, it actually pissed those people off because it made those games inaccessible again. So it was a smart move. So many people played Dark Souls 3, but then they shot themselves in the foot by going back with the next game, or the next game that they put out being so different, you see. Okay, so thank you to No Couture, and now that's another $5 tip from Uncle Vatrid. That gets me up to $67 a tip. So Gunner Glasses are now on, guys. Remember, for $100 a tip, you guys have to pick a vest for me to wear. Options today are as follows. The red, the blue, the denim, and the camo vest are the options for today's stream. No platinum because I just wore that. Okay? Alright. Grow up. Alright. And no beige, I just wore that too. Okay, are you ready? Is everyone ready to come back? I see we got trolls in the chat today. I'll just take care of those fuckers real quick. Get those fuckers the fuck out. Get the fuck out of here. Gold, if you guys want gold as an option, we can do gold instead. How about gold instead of camo? Yeah, let's do red, blue, denim, and gold. Those will be our options. All right, let's come back. Let's do this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Ask the King. Welcome to part 2 of episode 87 for July 29, 2021. If you're watching this live on stream, I hope you enjoyed the short break. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube, be sure to watch part 1 first. We got some tips in over the break, which means we qualified for some nice gunner glasses for the rest of the show. All right? All right, let's continue on. Let's jump right back into the thick of things. The next question here is from Lewis, and Lewis asked the following question. All right, so I know your history with Atlas. So when I laugh and I go, but since they recently confirmed that Persona 6 is something on the rise, would that be something that you look forward to doing a playthrough of? A lot of good memories with Persona 4 and 5, even Persona 3 if you discount your first attempt at fighting Nyx and when you discovered you couldn't fuse the multi-fusion personas. Everyone knows these games are long as all hell, but bring out some of the best video games has to offer in following the game, following the fun game, story elements, and overall feel for JRPGs. So again, the question was, would a Persona 6 playthrough be a thing for you eventually when the game comes out? Fuck no. I'm never playing that. No, I'm kidding. Here's the thing. I want to. You know, I absolutely want to play Persona 6. I wanted to play Persona 5 as a new release. I was blown away at how good I felt Persona 5 was. What giant improvements there were to Persona 5 over Persona 4, right? The modernizations were just amazing. That made it a much more accessible game for many people. Made it a fun game for streaming instead of the insane amount of grinding. It was very different. I definitely liked that. But let's recap what Lewis is referencing here in this question. As I was playing Persona 5 as a new release, the year of release, which I can't remember what year it was. I think it was like 2017 or something like that. I was abiding by all of the guidelines laid out by Atlas USA. On social media, they said, this is what you must abide by. You can't stream past this part of the game. You can only do this, yada, yada, yada. And I was 100% doing everything that they said to do. Everything. And they hit me with copyright strikes against DSP Gaming when I was uploading the playthrough. And when I inquired to them, I said, why did I just get multiple strikes against these videos? This makes no sense. Atlas of USA literally came back to me and said the following. We don't know. Because you are abiding by the guidelines that we were told to relay to you by our parent company, Atlas Japan, but Atlas Japan took it upon themselves to still give you copyright strikes, and we don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. So I worked with Atlas USA for about a week and a half, and they finally cleared up those copyright strikes against DSP Gaming. They were reversed. The problem is, all right, you guys may not realize this, but when you get multiple serious copyright strikes against your YouTube channel, you can lose privileges. Now, I don't know how it works today, but back then at the time, I lost the ability to live stream on DSP Gaming. Not that it was a big deal, because at that time, I was live streaming on Twitch, but I think you guys could kind of see the problem that would emerge if I were to play an Atlas game, and this company were to hit me with legitimate strikes. I could lose the ability to stream here on YouTube, because they're hitting me with strikes that aren't fair. I'm abiding by their rules. I'm playing by their game. And they could still hit me with false strikes for absolutely no reason and shut me down from streaming. And that's not right. And I don't know if Atlas has changed over the years or not. I have no idea. But what I like to say is, you know, I mean, I would like to give it a shot, but what is the risk reward here? And by the way, shout out to Wilson of Aragorn, who has just rejoined me here on YouTube. He says he used to watch me on Twitch, and now he's coming over on YouTube. Sounds good, man. Welcome. I know it's different here, but we're making it good. I mean, 2 months I've been here. Things are getting good here. I feel we're going to have some growth soon over the next few months. Welcome. It's good. I'm good to finally see you come over, man. Welcome to the streams. Okay. Anyway, getting back on topic. So, what is the risk reward of me playing another Persona game? You know, the risk here is I might literally lose my ability to make a living daily, because they might actually stop me from being able to stream on YouTube. If I can't stream on YouTube, then I have a conundrum. Do I go back to Twitch, where I can't do anything with a partnership and it's just that money? I really do. I need that money. Or do I try another third-party site, right? Do I go to another one of these third-party streaming sites that's not nearly as prominent or as big as YouTube or Twitch and try to stream on there? I don't know. I really don't want to be faced with that challenge. I like streaming here on YouTube at this point. I've settled into the point where I feel like I'm getting used to it, And yes, there are definitely differences and shortcomings. I can't make as much money here as I did on Twitch because, I had 900 subs on Twitch. I have 223 memberships here on YouTube. You see, I get it, but at the same time, like, I don't want to risk it. You know what I'm saying? Like, do I want to play Persona 6? Yes, absolutely. I want to play Persona 6. I know the game will be outstanding. Every Persona game I've played has been great. But the risk reward is huge, right? If these guys hit me with fake copyright strikes, I don't know what to do. Not even fake. That's not what I meant to say. What I meant to say was legit. The fake copyright strike thing is gone. Just so you guys know, fake copyright strikes are a thing of the past on YouTube here. Especially for video game playthroughs, they just don't happen. YouTube screens everything now, so if anyone tries to lie or impersonate, it doesn't get through the cracks anymore. That's a great thing about YouTube. Unlike Twitch, YouTube does not just blanket grant every request for a copyright takedown anymore.
What do I do?
They screen them all, and most of them get shut down, which is a great thing. Okay? But yeah, like, I don't know what I would do if I lost my ability to stream here. It would fuck everything over. It really would. So, what's the risk reward? The risk is huge. The reward could be good if I put out an amazing playthrough of Persona 6 and it ends up being a great ongoing game and it ends up being enjoyable for you guys, the viewers, for me, the gamer, and also, profitable for my business. But what if they hit me again? And what's to stop them from doing it? Because when it happened, I know why they did it or why they removed it. Like, none of it made any sense at all. Literally, at the end of the day, Atlas USA told me, our parent company can do whatever they want, and we can't control them. All we can do is try to fix the problem after. Wow. I mean, wow. That's one of the worst answers I think I've ever gotten from anyone, and that's what I was told. So, I guess it is what it is, okay? So, I don't know. Persona 6, am I interested in it? Yes. Do I want to play it? Absolutely. Is the risk worth it right now? Probably not. For one game to risk me losing my livelihood of being able to stream full time, I don't know if it's worth the risk, man. Okay, let's continue. On Sokamaru says asked the following. I've tipped you this question before, but I was hoping for a more elaborate answer on this time. I'm curious if there are some games you wish you could play, but you can't play right now due to your streaming style. I know you've mentioned Chrono Trigger, Lost Odyssey, and the original Final Fantasy VII, but you're strapped for time, so you can't. I'm curious, are there any other less high-profile games you like to play? For example, whenever a game isn't a high-profile release, you brush it off and say that nobody cares. You often say that nothing came out in June and July, despite that there were probably tons of great releases. Are there some non-high-profile games or AAA games you wish you could fully experience if you weren't mainly playing high-profile releases for maximum viewership? Now, here's the truth of the matter, is that that's actually not even the case anymore. Maybe you could argue back when I was a full-time YouTuber that I only focused on the high-profile games, and that's what took up all my time. Since I became a live streamer, now I'm doing what I'm asked of. You see what I'm saying? Like, right now, if you take a look at the 5 major playthroughs I'm doing. Fallout New Vegas, that's a viewer's choice selection. That's up 60 hours in. I probably got another 60 hours to go. Skyward Sword HD. Honestly and admittedly not a high-profile release. It's a re-release. It's a game that people asked me for 3 straight months when it was announced, and would I be playing it? And I said, yes, I'll play it since people seem to want it. Now, all of a sudden, I'm playing it, and people are like, oh, why are you playing it? Like, because you asked for it. Okay. Danganronpa V3, a viewer's choice playthrough that the viewers asked for, 60-plus hours in, finally in the finale, but I've been playing it for over 4 months. Mass Effect 3, a game that people massively asked for. In fact, people actually yelled at me when I made the decision to not play Mass Effect 2, when I said that I would do what people wanted and play the Mass Effect trilogy that released a couple months ago. I actually said I'm only going to play 1 and 3 because I just played 2 last year, and people yelled at me, oh, you really screwed it up because now you're not playing them in order and stuff. See? Now, in addition to that, I just started playing Microsoft Flight Simulator last night. So, I've now got 5 games as ongoing major playthroughs. Okay? 5. Out of those games, how many of them are actually hot new releases? Fallout New Vegas? Nope. Skyward Sword? Nope. Danganronpa? Nope. Mass Effect? Nope. None of them. None of them are high-profile new releases. These are all games that I was asked to play because we're in a summer of downtime right now. And I'm playing them because people either nominated and voted for them or directly were asking me repeatedly day in, day out on my streams. Okay? So I would agree with the statement you made here on Sokomaru if this was something you would ask me like when I was a YouTuber. Back in the day, full-time YouTuber, I only cared about YouTube videos. Now that I'm a full-time live streamer, it's very much what people ask me for. That's what I give them. The problem is, when you do this kind of content, you can please some of the people all of the time, all of the people some of the time, but you can't please everyone all the time. For every lengthy game, like Danganronpa V3, that I get asked to play, there's going to be 5 small-time indie games that came out during that time period that I couldn't play because I was playing Danganronpa and they get skipped. You see? You can't have it both ways because, essentially, these are games that are you're time consumers, you know? I talked about this earlier. I could be the kind of content creator where I only play a game 1 or 2 sessions and I never continue with the playthrough and it just ends. Okay. And people do, there are content creators that are very successful doing that. They only play the hot new games, or they only play an indie game when it's new, they play it twice. Okay, I see what the game is, on to the next. But people don't want that. People have known that for 13 years, I'm the guy who, when he likes a game, he plays it to completion. He has a full playthrough on DSP Gaming in a playlist with thumbnails, and it's, you know, professional quality. That's what they like from me. You see what I'm saying? So, essentially, I think what's been happening, okay, is that in the last few years, if you haven't noticed, there is an insane amount of games coming out now because games are bigger than ever.
Fault.
You got a bunch of indie games, you got some mid-level titles, some that get marketing hype, some that don't, and then you got the big AAAs. When I choose a game to play on stream, typically I'll look at that balance and I'll say, well, look at the big AAAs. If there's a few there that I'm interested in, I'm playing those no matter what. Likely those are going to get people to come watch because they are hyped big AAAs and everyone's looking for them. Then I look at the mid-level games and I say, is this something I'm interested in or not? Most of the time, it's almost a no, I would think. But if it is something that's a yes or a maybe, I usually pose to my audience, is this something you're interested in seeing? All right? Then you got the indies, and admittedly, when already I'm considering the high-level AAAs and the mid-levels, to get down to the indies is a tough endeavor. And I would argue that up until now, I have an Xbox Series X and Game Pass. Before then, it was almost impossible. Because you would ask me to invest money. You're talking $20, $30, $40 into an indie game that I don't even know if I'm going to like. And even if I like it, I don't know if it's going to get any traction with my viewing audience, but I've already spent money on it. You see? This is very different from the other content creators who get everything for free. You may not realize this, but anyone who's bigger scale than me typically has these partnerships. They talk and schmooze with the agents of these game companies, and they end up getting all those games for free. They're not dropping money on an indie game. Whenever you see a content creator who normally puts out a certain kind of content, and all of a sudden they're playing a game that's completely outside of their comfort box, and they're playing it for like 2-3 streams because they're getting paid to do it, and they were given the game for free. It's not because, oh, I just decided one day I'm going to play this fucking indie game. Of course not. It's because they're getting paid for it. I don't have those opportunities. I'm someone who has to do everything independently just like you. I'm literally just like you in that regard, okay? But now that I do have Game Pass, and I do have an Xbox Series X with Game Pass, I will have more flexibility in the games that I can play. The problem is, we got to finish up the things that we're doing. So when you take a look at games like, oh my god, he's still playing Danganronpa. My god, he's playing Mass Effect. He's been playing Mass Effect for 2 months straight. You're right. But that's because I'm the kind of guy that's playing so many games, when you ask me to play the lengthy games, they take forever to beat. And so you have to understand that when you ask for that content, that's the content you're going to get for an extended period of time until it's done. Because I'm not someone who's just going to drop it, you see? So, it goes hand in hand, you know? I want to give you guys what you asked for, but when I do, then you ask for something else and get mad that I can't do that. You see? Because I can't please everyone all of the time. Now, in regards to answering Unsokumaru's question directly, absolutely, I would agree. Replaying Chrono Trigger, playing Lost Odyssey, doing a playthrough of the original Final Fantasy VII. I would also argue replaying Zelda, Link to the Past, or maybe playing that handheld Zelda game, what was it? Link Between Worlds. That's one I've always wanted to play and I never played. Okay? What else comes to mind? Like, what if I were to really sit down and think about games from the past that I absolutely love, that I would want to replay? I mean, recently I did replay Final Fantasy 6 and 4 in the last few years, so at least those are out of the way. I'd probably like to play Final Fantasy 5, which I've never played for you guys before. That's one that I played and absolutely loved. I guess I would really have to think about it hard, because I think those games cover, like, the gamut of stuff that I want to do right now, you know? Like, I don't have a craving right now, except for those games we just talked about. I don't really have a craving and say, oh, I really wish I could get to this game. At this point, I think those cravings have been satiated for the time being, but I would like to get to these, right? But, you see, this is the problem, is people have this misconception that the reason that I can't get to games is because I'm playing high AAA games. It's not true at all. Actually, it's the opposite. I'm playing games you guys want to see. Every game I'm currently playing was directly asked for by my viewing audience, either multiple times over the course of months leading up to their release, or via a viewer's choice nomination and voting event, you see? So, what I would say is this. Moving forward the rest of this year, all right? Currently, I have no plans right now to do another viewer's choice event, just because I'm waiting for these current ones to end, all right? I feel that that's the best course of action, would be to let these viewer's choice events end and then cool it for a month or two, all right? But when viewer's choice returns, please don't nominate and ask for insanely long games. Ask for a game of reasonable length, between 10, 20 hours, even as long as 30 maybe. Stop asking for the longest possible games, all right? Because this is what happens. I'm now 60 hours into Danganronpa, 4.5 months of playing it. And how many games did I miss out on, right? And by the way, I'm not saying that Danganronpa V3 is a bad game, and I'm not saying that I haven't enjoyed playing it. But you have to understand that I am one man with a busy schedule. I stream as much as I possibly can right now. In fact, I was actually just talking to my wife recently about, man, it would be nice if we could have 2 days together a week. That way we could have one day to go out and do all our errands and appointments, and another day to stay home together, maybe do stuff around the house and have more private, personal time rather than being out all day. We have 1 day a week to spend with each other. That's it. My wife, it's crazy. I live with a woman full time. I married her, and I see her 1 day a week. Think about that, right? So, that's what I'm saying here is, we have to find the perfect balance. Right now, there is no perfect balance. Because some people want this, some people want this, some people will be upset if I drop this because they asked for it, but then when I drop something because people tell me to drop it, I get yelled at too. That's exactly what happened with Divinity 2. Divinity 2 is viewer's choice. People asked for it, I played it 60 hours. And at the end of 60 hours, people literally said, stop playing it. Phil, stop playing the game. It's not entertaining anymore. You're obviously not enjoying yourself. It's too much of a time investment to beat it. You're going to be playing it another 60 hours. It'll take till the end of the year. Just forget it. So I did. And now every day you get idiots coming in here. Why did you drop Divinity 2? Because you fucking told me to. I can't do everything. I can't play every game. I can't do every possible thing. I would love to cover more indie games, under Game Pass particularly. Then stop asking for 80-hour playthroughs. Because then I'll get to the indie games. But I need the time to do so. You see? So, again, I am a man of the people. I will give you what you want. But you have to be concise and clear about what you want. And I'm not getting a resounding answer to what people want. You would think that when people have a month to nominate and then vote on a game for a viewer's choice playthrough, that game that wins would be the game that resoundingly you guys want. All right, so but apparently you're telling me that's not the case. Then what do I do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you expect me to do because there's not much I could do about that. I'm putting the power in your hands, and if the game that wins isn't the game you wanted, like, what happened there? There's obviously a disconnect. That people didn't want to participate, but then they complain after the fact that's not the game that won, that is not one that they wanted. Like, why did that happen? You know, I cannot please everyone. I would love to play these games that Ansokumaru is asking about. I would love to play The Ascent today, but I gotta finish the games I'm playing. You know, I can't. So let's just see what happens. You know, I would say moving forward, I would say stop. Consciously understand the situation we're in right now in late July of 2021. We're at a time when all these smaller style games are coming out and people want to see me play them, and I can't because I'm in the midst of too much long, lengthy shit. Stop asking for lengthy shit then, right? Stop it. Every game that you ask for, stop asking for 60 to 80-hour games and make it a game that's a reasonable length, digestible, and then I'll play more variety. And then maybe people will be happy, you know? I don't know. I guess we'll see. I got 2 tips, one from Team Ico Gamer, who tipped me $1. Actually, I got 3 tips. Actually, I got 4 tips. Okay, let's try this again. An anonymous tipper tipped me $1.30 and says, you're critical of people buying amiibos. How is that different from figurines you collected when you were a bachelor? Most people who buy them are buying them for the game functionality. Well,
I need that money. I really do.
What
I
I've
need
criticized
that
about
money to pay my
amiibos
bills.
is not, oh, you have a few favorite Nintendo characters, so you bought like 5 amiibos in their collectibles for you. What I've always criticized is these people who, no matter what Nintendo pumps out, they will buy the fuck out of it like it's the best thing ever. Just like the people who do the same thing with Apple products, or the people who do the same thing with other products that, oh, you know, what's the other thing that everyone buys? Let's just not derail it. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between, oh, I have some extra funds, and as a hobby, I like to collect a few things, versus I must buy all the fucking amiibos out there to support Nintendo at a time when they're putting out no good games and the console sucks. That's a big difference. What you're criticizing literally isn't the criticism I had. It's an apples to oranges comparison. It's not the same. Me, did I buy statues? Yes. I bought some statues to decorate my place with back in Connecticut, and they were in videos, so they served a dual purpose. It wasn't just for my personal decoration, but also that they added atmosphere to my videos when I used to do things like channel updates or the weekend preview and things like that, right? When I was filming activity in my condo, there was stuff to look at when I was walking around the condo. Today, I haven't bought a statue. The last statue that I bought, I want to argue, was like 2012, 2013. So you're talking 8+ years since I bought one. So you're criticizing me for something I did 8 years ago when I lived in a different life situation, and they were actually for the videos, not for my, really, honestly, not necessarily for my own personal collection purposes. It was like, oh, I'm going to hoard these things, you know. But that's what people do with amiibo. Oh, well, amiibos are from Nintendo, so let's just buy every amiibo. Every single one. Every one of the thousands of amiibos.
The lag was so bad there at the end. What happened?
I wasn't doing it. I need to buy every statue. I was buying a few every once in a while, and I stopped doing it when I realized it was a waste of money. And, you know, it really was. It was the ultimate waste of money, time, and everything. It was really stupid.
What do I do?
Harry Butthole, to me, $1.30 said, if you had to get a regular job and couldn't own a business, what type of work would you look for? I hate my job, but I don't know what I would be doing. I have no idea. I don't know what's out there. I don't know what the job market's like. COVID fucked everything up. It's a silly question, because sadly, there's no way I would know that without research. Why would I research it when I'm not doing that, right? So I can't answer that question.
What do I do?
Team Igo Gamer tipped me $1.30 and says, are you saying that there's no chance you'll play Shin Megami Tensei 5 when it comes out? No, I don't know what I'm doing. It's a kind of a dual whammy, because number one, I don't even know with its timing and when it's coming out if I'm going to be so busy with other stuff if I'm even going to have time to play it. And number two, again, what's going to happen with Atlas copyright issues? So I don't know. I am interested in playing it, but I don't know if it's viable. Plum Girl to me $1.30 said, other stream idea. Could you get an NES or N64 or other old console and play a viewer's choice game on an old console? Not sure if that's feasible or be a fun special event. I would have to, there's no, the only way I could do that is to find a way to capture from it. If you mean use original equipment. If you mean, oh, just play NES games or N64 games, I could do that right now on my Switch, right? There's both NES and Super Nintendo games on the Switch, and you can play N64 games like on the Wii U. So I have ways to do that. But if you mean original hardware, there'd have to be a viable way to capture via HDMI from those consoles, and I'm not sure there are. Plus, you're talking about investing in old school hardware for what arguably would be like an oddity kind of playthrough. Like, oh, Phil's playing the original Star Fox 64 on an actual N64 today. Okay, great, but that's like, I gotta buy an N64, I gotta find a working copy of Star Fox, or actually working controller for the console, buy a way to HDMI capture from it for a one-off playthrough that who knows if anyone's gonna care about it, you know what I'm saying? So I would prefer, if I'm gonna play older games, I prefer if there's like virtual console versions of them, rather than investing in a ton of hardware and stuff that I might not use again. Just trying to look at the viability, you know, the viability of doing it. Voice of the People. To me, $10 says, here's what I want. Try Jedi Outcast on the Switch. Here's $10. Good luck. It's 10 hours long and a good challenge. All right. Well, thank you for the tip. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. $14 more in tips to add to the running total. So thank you for that. And that gets us up to $82 in tips. We are very close to hitting the vest, guys. Very close. Only $18 away from seeing a vest on this very stream. Okay. Now some shout-outs to those who've done Super Chats. Mature Adult did a Super Chat. Thank you, Mature Adult, for the Super Chat. Block Comments is here. His Super Chat said, what made you get into YouTube originally? Originally, I was at a point in my life where I was retiring from competitive Street Fighter because I had a back injury, and I was looking to get back into mainstream gaming and finding something else to do as a hobby because I couldn't really travel and play competitive Street Fighter anymore because my back was so bad at the time. And I had seen people like the AVGN, and it's Angry Video Gamer, and the Nostalgia Critic, essentially with no budget and no production value, become popular on the internet for just being funny. And I said, man, I wonder if I could do that with video games, and not like the AVGN where he's doing edited style reviews, but in skits, but instead just playing games on the fly and doing commentary. I was always told by my friends and you know, my colleagues playing Street Fighter that I was a funny guy, and that my commentary and stuff, the way that I would off the cuff make comments and jokes, people thought it was hilarious, and always said that they liked to hang out with me in person because I was a funny guy, and they liked having fun with me at tournaments and stuff. So I said maybe I could translate that into doing videos on YouTube. And originally it was just dicking around. It wasn't serious playthroughs or anything. I had seen people who were essentially doing walkthroughs, which were boring as fucking dirt. Like, all right, so here's the boss. So what you want to do is you're going to want to stay away from his lengthy attacks because they're very damaging. What you want to do is get close to the boss and stay near his feet. When you attack his foot, it staggers the boss, which then that was the kind of video that was out on YouTube. I'm not even kidding. Like, the walkthroughs were like that. It was like, my God, this shit sucks. I literally had not seen a single person on YouTube just do like improvisational, observational commentary on a video. It was either silence with text to explain what was going on, or it was someone doing like the most boring textbook commentary over a walkthrough video. There were no full playthroughs of stuff like that on YouTube that I was doing. At least they weren't prominent. So I said, let me do something completely different, and it worked. It completely exploded in popularity. But it was meant to be just something to kill time and be a hobby for me. I never expected I would turn it into something I would monetize or do for a job. I thought it would be something funny to do, and it blew up. So there you go. Yusef did a $2 super chat and says, have you seen The Sopranos? I've seen the entire series from start to finish, every single episode of The Sopranos. Yes. Harry Butthole to the $1.30 says, I asked because you have more work experience than me. Yes, but Harry Butthole, my work experience is from a decade ago. If you remember, my last job that I held down before I became an independent content creator, the last job I had was an office job, and I got laid off from it in fall of 2010. It is now July of 2011, or excuse me, 2021, 11 years later. And with that gap in actual work experience outside of being an internet content creator, work experience doesn't matter anymore. I would be starting from scratch, essentially. Really. What I would have to do is show people, look what I've done for the last 11 years, and how could those skills tie into maybe a job I'm trying to get. And I have absolutely no idea what it would even be out here, because I don't even know what's out here, because I'm not looking. You see? Guy Arnold did a super chat and says, a user in the chat, Level Minded, says he met you and your wife and said I was a nice guy, wondering if you thought the same of him. I don't know, because I don't know who that is. I don't know who Level Minded is. He's saying he met us. If he did, I could think probably since my wife moved in with me, probably I've met 3 people in real life who recognized me and wanted to like say hello. Only 2 of them that I even run into with my wife. One of them worked at a video arcade. One of them was someone who I just ran into randomly at a store. And one of them was someone who, while I was waiting for my wife, who was going like makeup shopping at the mall, I ran into someone waiting outside the store and we talked about Street Fighter. That's like all I remember. So, okay. Let's continue with questions from the forums. In fact, we're not almost done, but let's continue. Kill Bill 216 says, do you see the new PS5 controller as a gimmick or something new and fresh that developers will adopt? I know many games have come out that included these features, but like I mentioned, it doesn't feel as good as Astro. I'm sure it takes a lot of time for developers to include it and make it as precise as Astro's Playroom. I'm not sure if they want to take that time during development. Do you think that Xbox needs something like this too? So I would argue that the DualSense haptic feedback,
fair enough,
is a nice feature.
All right.
The games for me that it stood out with entirely 3 games. All right. Obviously Astro, and everyone's going to say Astro is the game that used it the most because the game was literally designed just to be a feature of it. So obviously Astro is number 1. Had vibration, you could blow into it, all of that stuff. The other game that blew me away at launch was Bugsnax, because Bugsnax has segments where there's a storm outside, and when it was raining with the thunder, the controller would actually vibrate in tune with the thunder and with the feeling of the water droplets. You would actually feel very minor vibration with water droplets as they hit you when you were walking through the rainstorm. I never felt like being immersed in a rainstorm before like that before. That actually blew me away. And then the other game would have been Ratchet and Clank, where different weapons had different feel to them. Admittedly, like certain one, oh, the trigger's harder. Oh, this one, the trigger's looser. This one has two levels of fire, while this one only has one. Have any of this actually added concretely to my gameplay experience? No. I'm just being honest. I liked it at first when I first started experiencing it at the launch of the console. But with other games, like Returnal had it, and so it hasn't really enhanced my gameplay experience in any way. I don't feel like I'm getting more out of playing with the haptic feedback on PS5 than I am playing a similar game, say, on Xbox Series X. In fact, if you took a look at a game like Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War, that was a negative experience with haptic feedback because it was accidentally making me click the thumbsticks and do melee attacks overly when I didn't want to. And there was no way to stop it besides turning the haptic feedback completely off. There was no sensitivity setting that fixed that. Okay? So I would argue that it's kind of a mixed bag. There are some positives, there are some negatives. Overall, has it really enhanced my gameplay experience? No. But we're still within the first year of the console's life cycle. And until we actually start seeing major AAA releases coming out that are exclusives for PS5, I don't feel we're going to see many games implementing it. Okay? The games that have implemented it, it's nice that it's there, but it's not anything special, and it hasn't really changed my gameplay experience at all. Alright? Maybe we'll see, as we approach end of this year, early next year, when these new titles are coming out that are PS5 exclusives, hopefully they will have something that blows me away with haptic feedback, but I just haven't seen it yet. Okay?
Yeah.
So the next person actually asked, I'm not even kidding, 4 questions, and every single one was good, and none of them were related to each other. So I'm going to say, shout-outs and congratulations are in order to Tsunami Carl, who asked 4 really good questions. I'm going to answer all 4 of them for the show because I like them all. All right? So thank you, Tsunami Carl, for submitting those questions. I really appreciate that. Here we go. The first question is,
are you going to just complain all night?
With the scarcity of PS5s and Xbox Series X's consoles over the last year, largely due to scalping, what do you think can be done to prevent this from happening in the future, or is there anything that can be done? Well, an attempt can be made by, say, like what Steam did, and you have to sell through a approved source, and that approved source has a controlled supply flow. Like when you were pre-ordering Steam Deck, you had to go through Steam to pre-order it. You had to have a registered Steam account that existed for a certain amount of time. And even then, there were things that were in place, like protections in place. Also, when the Steam Deck scalpers went to PayPal, when they went to eBay, eBay said, and they shut down all those listings. You see? So there's 2 different places you can shut down scalping. The point of sale itself, but then also the places where those scalped consoles are being resold.
A network of interconnected
there's
banking
2 different opportunities to shut it all down.
A magnetic striped receptacle.
I would sadly say that most of these places did not do a very good job at all.
Funds from one entity to another in a legal
shutting it down. A lot of these businesses just didn't give a fuck. They were just looking for the initial sale dollars. They didn't care who bought the consoles. But that's hurting the game industry as a whole when arguably 25 to 30% of next-gen consoles are sitting in a warehouse untouched because they're not sold by a scalper. The scalper bought it and couldn't sell it, and it's just sitting there, and now the things aren't being played. Okay? The next question. If you were to win the lottery, $100 million, what would be some of your major purchases? Would you completely stop streaming, or maybe stream once in a while? I imagine paying off your taxes would come first. Would you make another trip to Connecticut to visit your family? A proper honeymoon with Kat? Would you continue to live in the Seattle area and own various types of real estate? Alright, so that's a lot of questions. Essentially, every single thing that Tsunami Carl suggested is something I would consider. Would I stop streaming or maybe stream once in a while? No, I would not stop streaming. Would I reduce the amount that I'm streaming to be more manageable so I have much more time to spend with my family? Yes. Maybe I would only stream 3 to 4 days a week instead of 6. And then I would have 2 to 3 days to spend exclusively with my family on my wife's days off. You know, we could be together all day and do stuff together. That would be ideal. And by the way, if I had $100 million, I'd have way more disposable income to do stuff on those days. So it wouldn't be like, oh, I have to sit at home all day because I have no money today, which is what happened 2 weeks ago when I was waiting for the YouTube payment to come through. Okay? So that's number 1. Would I still stream? Yes. But Phil, why would you still stream if you're filthy rich? Because I love it. I love playing games with you guys. I love hanging out with you guys. I love this. This is not me doing it because I want to make a buck. I'm doing it because I love it. And then I get to make a living doing it on top of that. So it's the added frosting on top of the cake for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not some content creator that's forcing myself to do this to make a living. Okay? Paying off my taxes would be the first thing I would do. If any kind of money came in, 1/3 of that goes to the feds anyway. That's how they bill it. Is like 1/3 of whatever you make goes to the feds as income tax. And then on top of that, my back taxes, I would immediately go pay them all off. Okay? I would immediately pay off all my outstanding debts. This mortgage, any other remaining debts, like my car payments, stuff like that, all done. I would contact my parents immediately. Say, you guys are set. You don't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Anything you guys need, it's on me. Oh, here we go. Medical care, you want a new car for the house, you need something for the house. You're done. Don't worry about it. You're taken care of. I'm not going to have you pay for a damn thing ever again in your life. Why? You took care of me, you know, for the longest time. You still, time for time, you help me out with stuff. I'm here to be here for you now. That would be 100%. I don't think that my parents would be 100% taken care of.
You do.
You probably would I visit my
about
family
the
again?
fucking game
Likely,
than I
yes.
ever will.
Likely, I wouldn't take a trip to see them again because now it's been over 2 years since I saw them last. They're not doing well health-wise. I would like to see them again. So yes, that would probably be something I would do right away. Would I go on a honeymoon with my wife? Yes. That's something we didn't get to do 2 years ago. We still have not been able to do it. It sucks. We talk about it all the time, what we'd like to do, and it's still not viable because of COVID and other shit going on, and of course finances. But absolutely 100%. Would go on a honeymoon with my wife. Where would we go? I don't know. We would have to talk about it because if we had $100 million, a lot more things have now opened up, you know, right? Realistically, what we think we want to do eventually for a honeymoon is go, I don't know, maybe to like California, maybe Vegas, you know, but maybe LA area, Disneyland, or maybe somewhere else, maybe Canada, you know, something that's not going to be super far and won't be insanely expensive. Ideally, if we had unlimited budget, we'd like to go to Japan or Europe or something like that. But we don't have budget for that. We don't have any money to do something like that, you see? So there you go. Would I continue to live in the Seattle area and own various types of real estate? We like it here, although admittedly the crazy heat that we started getting out of fucking nowhere is insane. If anything, what we would probably do is put central air in the house. So when it gets that hot, we could actually cool the house down reliably, which we can't right now. I would probably put more insulation on this wall here so that this room would not heat up like an oven in the afternoons, and we would have central air that actually cooled the entirety of the house so that we don't have to swelter it out. If that were the case, the heat wouldn't even bother us. Seriously. Thought I heard a voice, but now it's gone. Might be someone outside talking. Okay, so anyway, that's what I'm thinking, all right? That's, like, realistically what I'm thinking of stuff that I would do immediately with a big amount of money. Now, obviously, one thing I would do, immediately take that money and invest it in a way that's going to pay for itself forever. Whether that means I find safe investments to put it in and it just makes money over time and I don't have to worry about income for the rest of my life, or buying businesses up and actually having franchise businesses and stuff to operate. I would do something like that for sure. Because I don't want everything to be reliant on, oh, just living off this money for the rest of my life. I want it to be self-generating. You see, when you have that much money, you create a system where you self-generate more money. And that's what I would want to happen. But the thing is, I'm not going to put too much thought into it because it ain't going to happen. I'm never winning the lottery, you know. Next question. You mentioned in the past that if you will not be a full-time streamer forever and someday you'll need to get a more traditional job due to the overwhelming amount of hate you've received online, future employers may be wary of hiring you if they were to search your name online. Have you ever thought about legally changing your name? Well, you're right. And if the thing is with the digital age, the way employers work is they do search for shit online. And even though they may see that most of the stuff online is stupid kitty bullshit, they may still be afraid of trolling and stuff at a business, right? So, yeah, maybe I could legally change my name. I don't know if you could do that without having people find out about it. I have no clue. I don't know the legal process of that. Or one thing I've said is instead of thinking about getting a brick and mortar job out there, diversifying what I do on the internet. Instead of just being a gameplay streamer for the rest of my life, doing different styles of content because I have a following. I have people who follow me and who like me and want to hear my opinions on things that maybe that aren't just gameplay. Maybe it could be me doing news, me doing commentary on politics and other things. I don't know. But I definitely feel like I have enough of a support and following that I could do whatever I want. It's more about finding the right times to try to adopt new things, you see. We'll see. But I don't know. I've never looked into, like, changing my name or anything like that at this point. You know, that's something for more long term. So, all right, last question from Tsunami Carl. It says, will you bring back the WWE 2K Holiday Sim streams? If so, it would be cool if we make a Sims more interesting, by tying it in with the Christmas edition of Feasting with the King. For example, let's say we select what restaurant you're going to order from. Associate each wrestler in a sim with a certain food item on the menu. Let's say you order Sonic. A wrestler A will represent a bacon cheeseburger versus wrestler B who represents their chicken sandwich, and C represents a foot-long coney hot dog. I think this would make the matches more interesting for stream viewers. Imagine a chicken sandwich wins and everyone is cheering for the coney hot dog so you don't eat another chicken item. It's an interesting idea. I don't know how viable it would be because let's say for example, we decide I am going to get Sonic, okay? But now we have to run all these matches that takes time. Like, how late am I going to order food? When I do WWE Sims, it takes hours. Like, some of those matches can take upwards of an hour. Like, the Royal Rumble match doesn't. It takes an hour or longer. So, I mean, it's a good idea, but we'd have to think, we have to brainstorm that further to make it time constraint viable. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'd have to actually pick out the restaurant ahead of time and maybe have, like, 10 menu items and do, like, 2 matches that determine the menu items I order and stuff like that, right? Yeah. That'd be interesting, I feel. Thank you for those questions. Those are pretty interesting. An anonymous tipper tipped me $1.30 and says your experience as a small business owner could translate well into a management position at retail or something. Retail, no. I'm telling you right now, retail is a joke. Retail in the United States, of any kind of a major chain, they don't give a fuck if you have training or not. They don't give a fuck if you have experience. They just want you to suck their butts. I mean it. Retail is about kissing butt, bending over backwards, busting your ass for a minimum paycheck, and doing whatever you're told without any question. That's retail 101 in the United States of America. They literally don't want someone with experience or know-how, because then they feel that that person knows better than them and will end up trying to fuck things up for the way of the order that they want at their retail business. I tell you that right now, okay? Now, independently owned businesses do want people who are educated and have experience, because they feel that those people will excel at the job. But retail, they're just looking for a fucking automaton. Yes, sir. No, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Oh, you want me to work extra hours? Yes, sir. Drop my entire life for your shitty-ass business? Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. That's all they want. They don't want anyone to think outside the box or have an intelligent thought in their fucking head in American retail. So, no. I would not be able to get a good retail job as a basis of any experience. Okay, then. Let's continue. Let's see here. Super chats. Plum Girl did a $2 super chat. Says, will you continue to play Call of Duty games each year? At this point, I don't know. Because of everything going on at Activision Blizzard, I'll be honest with you, I played Call of Duty last week and I actually felt kind of bad about it. I played it, I was like, man, I'm playing this game of a company that I know abused their employees and treated them like dirt, has this terrible culture mentality, literally makes money putting out the same game every year and doesn't ever improve the server. And as I'm playing the game, the servers are sucking and lagging. And I'm getting more frustrated. I'm like, why am I fucking doing this? Even though I like the core gameplay mechanics, the fact that the servers suck shit, right, actually pissed me off. Okay? So, what I would like to say is, at this point, I don't know what I'm going to do moving forward. If there's a viable competition for first-person shooters like there is this year we're going to have a Battlefield game and Halo Infinite. Maybe this is the year you tell Activision, fuck off, fuck you, go fail, because you guys are terrible people with a terrible culture. Maybe I skip it this year. We'll see what happens, okay? Parasolo did a super chat and says, you remember Chad Warden? Wasn't that someone who did a super chat earlier? I don't know. Let's look. I thought we had a Chad who did a super chat earlier. Now I don't see it. So I don't know. Plum Girl did a super chat. I said, now that it pays well, would you ever go work for a non-profit, whether through streaming or not? What type of non-profit? I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it at all. So, no, I couldn't answer that. I don't know anything about working for a non-profit, what ones would be available. You're asking me about something zero knowledge. I thank you for the super chat, though. I don't see, why wouldn't I? Why would I, if it's viable employment, why wouldn't I work for a non-profit? Right? Now Block Comments did a super chat. Are trolls more harsh than before since you joke? I don't know what you mean. Because there's different kinds of trolls. There's people who just like make silly references and jokes, and there's other people who try to ruin my life completely. And I don't consider I really don't consider the people who want to ruin my life completely trolls. I consider them, you know, nut jobs. People who should be fucking put into a padded room. So, thank you for the super chat. All right, let's keep going. We're almost done with the forum questions. The next one is a triple question from Haseo X4. So let's jump into this one, okay? The first question, do you remember strategy guides or what they were for? What series or franchises gave rise to strategy guides? I would argue the two major game franchises that needed them were always RPGs and fighting games. RPGs because they're so lengthy and they could have a lot of side content that could get missed if you didn't know it existed, that the strategy guides were warranted. You want to buy this strategy guide to play alongside this lengthy RPG to make sure you're getting all your bang for your buck. One thing a lot of people don't realize is that in the 1990s, all right, games were differently priced dependent on the amount of content in the game. Most RPGs released in the 1990s were actually upwards of $100 in price, while a game that was a cheaper, kind of quicker experience could be cheaper than other games. It's true. Like, I remember going to the store, and every game was priced differently, depending on the kind of games that they were. It's not like today where every game's the same price tag. So you would argue that if you're going to spend $100 on a game, you obviously want to get all of your content out of said game. You don't want to play the game and miss half the content in the game. You spent more money for it, you see? Another thing is fighting games, because back then there was no internet resources for fighting games. There was nowhere to go to immediately find out this is the best moves and high priorities and combos. There was no Twitch. There was no YouTube. In fact, even GameFAQs and shit really wasn't robust and stuff for fighting games back in the day. It was mostly like very basic level posted forums that were all ASCII code forums and shit. And so if you really wanted a, you know, in-depth coverage of a fighting game, pictures of how every move looked, the hit properties of every move, you needed to buy a strategy guide to get that. Those were the two that I would say RPGs and fighting games were the two that were the most prominent strategy guides back in the day. And then all of a sudden what happened is strategy guides became popular for being collector's items rather than just a way to get informative knowledge on a game, and therefore people would buy them for that aspect as well. I didn't own a ton of strategy guides. I still show you guys the one from Final Fantasy III that I owned back in the day that I still have today and I still use when I replay Final Fantasy VI. I still use it. I had a book for Super Mario World. Yes, a book. It had no pictures. It was a text strategy guide for Super Mario World. And I'm trying to remember particularly if and what strategy guides I actually owned, because I didn't have that many back in the day. In fact, it wasn't until I became a full-time YouTuber, all right, that I started buying strategy guides actively, because I wanted to be able to, number one, get the most out of my games for making the videos. Two,
thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
And not get stuck. Because I was making content
RBUST.
for an audience rather than just for me. If I was just playing the game for me and I got stuck, I didn't really care. But if I'm doing it for a YouTube audience and now I can't pass a part of the game because I don't know what's going on, obviously that's a problem. And I started buying the strategy guides along with new releases in order to get through those games in an efficient pace. I stopped doing that probably around the time when I started live streaming. I stopped buying the strategy guides for games. Because how am I going to reference the guide when I'm here talking with you guys? And you guys started to help me live with the games and stuff like that. The one exception was I bought the strategy guide for Fallout 4 because I felt like it had so much content that I didn't want to miss anything. So, okay, next question. Were the guidebooks used a lot in the fighting game community, and ultimately what caused the decline for the strategy guide? Do you believe YouTube is one of the causes of why strategy guides are no longer needed? I think I answered the first half of that question, but the second half is absolutely yes. Since everything ended up being instant sharing, the moment a game comes out, people already are showing you the high-end combos, the strategies, raw footage of how to implement that in competitive play. There's no need for a strategy guide anymore. There's just not. You could immediately open your phone and have access to all of that content for free. Why are you going to pay for a published guide of that? Like I said, I think what actually happened is that there was actually more of a rise. How can I say it? There's been more of a rise in collector's items. You'll see more, the art of this game, and it's sold as like a $60 collector's item book with gorgeous artwork and things, as opposed to this is just a strategy guide for the game. You see, I think there's a rise more in collectibles than there is I'm actually buying a book that's going to have explanation on how to play said game. You see, But yeah, it's YouTube, Twitch, the rise of that stuff, instant gratification, instant knowledge on every game, you know, right away. That's what killed strategy guides. Last question from Haseo. He said, it's been 9 months, or nearly 9 months, since PS5 and Xbox Series X came out. What are your thoughts in regards to the PS5? Has your overall thoughts in regards to the PS5 changed during the time, or have they been the same since you got the PS5? I love my PS5 because my PS5 is both a PS4 and PS5 system, plays games on both, plays PS4 games better. 9 times out of 10, the games load much faster. I really like the PS5 controller. I feel that the form factor is more in line with the controller that I like. Like I told you guys last console gen, I felt the Xbox One controller was far superior to the PS4. This time around, they bulked it up. They make it feel better in your hands. And in general, I think the PS5 games, not necessarily that they've delivered on an experience you can't get anywhere else, but they definitely feel next gen. A lot of the graphics have been improved, the loading times are improved, etc. Okay? So that being said, I like the PS5. I think it's a great console. And I feel bad for people who really want one and can't get one, because now we're heading into a time of the year where there's going to be exclusives that are going to start to come out in the next year that people are really going to want for it, and you can't get it because of the situation that we're in right now. All right? But I'm really enjoying the console, and I hope that everyone else is enjoying my coverage of it. I really don't have much negative to say about it, besides the haptic feedback just doesn't feel like it's cracked up to be. Outside of that, I don't think I've had a problem with the PS5 at all, except, okay, my one criticism of the PS5 that is a pet peeve of mine, no dual audio out, and I can't get true surround sound out of it because they decided to do no dual audio out. The Xbox Series X has it. I can get surround sound through my headphones. I can't get it on PS5 because it doesn't have dual audio out. That's incredibly fucking stupid and a huge oversight by Sony. They should fix that. Outside of that, I like the console, but I don't feel like it's really lived up to the potential of any. We haven't seen a true next-gen game on PS5 yet that blows us away yet. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so more quick shout-outs over here. H-Bomb, what a name, tipped me $1.40 and says, have you thought about doing long-form reviews of recent games you played for additional content? No. My long-form reviews were retired a long time ago when I told people they weren't viable to do for YouTube anymore because I was putting so much time, effort, and editing into them just for YouTube to demonetize them. So why am I going to bother with that? I am now a full-time streamer. That means as a full-time streamer, I don't have time to do long-form edited videos anymore for YouTube, nor do I care about them. Okay? Okay, is there a super chat to shout out, or did I cover them all? I think I might have gotten them all. Let me double check. Nope, okay, I got them all. So here's the deal, guys. It's time for our second and final break. What I will do is take roughly a 5-10 minute break. When we come back, we got Twitter questions, and I'll take live questions from the viewers, and that's the conclusion of the show. All right? So a very brief break here for me to just, you know, stretch my legs, use the restroom. If you're watching live on stream, I'll be back within 5-10 minutes tops. If you're watching on demand on YouTube, there'll be a third and final video to this episode of Ask the King, okay? Thank you guys. You've been a great audience so far, and I will see you in just a few minutes, okay? Thanks. Aww. Bum, bum. Elevator music sounds great. I love to listen and I ride up the building. Tiger, tiger, row, 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 tiger, row, row. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be Brunells.
They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole, because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt, and nothing's getting better. I agree with you. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
They'll burn out.
There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Super Hound, whatever the fuck this idiot's name is. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no. Oh my god, I can't stop joking. I seriously cannot stop joking today. Oh my god. What the fuck? Hold up. I'm gonna clear up, I swear. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's actually starting to feel better. Go, 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 go. Fatty fat fuck fuck. Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Dark Dave's mirror deserves that money, he really does. He deserves that money to pay his bills. $
$15 left to see a vest on this stream, but considering the fact that we only have a few questions left, not sure how how well we're gonna do here. Are you guys ready? Let's wrap this up. Here we go. The Ziggy Piggy is here. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. Whoa. So those... As I was coming back from break for this part 3 of Ask the King, I received an anonymous $100 tip. Wow. Thank you to whoever that was. Let's read their comment. They say, Phil, I've been watching you since Arkham Asylum. When I was in middle school, halfway through the New Vegas playthrough now, I just want to show my thanks for years of awesome content and entertainment. Thank you very much to the anonymous $100 tipper out of nowhere.
Oh, that's cool.
Very appreciated. And I can't type for some reason. There we go. That will hit the tips goal for the day, guys. We've done it. So, that being said, let's get the poll going. People will start to vote on what vest I will wear, even though there's only about a half an hour left on the stream. So I will get it going, and hopefully we'll get voting for like 10 minutes. I can wear it for like 20. Okay? Let's do it. So here's the poll. Here we go. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. Which Which vest is Ask the King best? We've got the red, the blue, the gold, or the denim today. Those are the 4 options. So here we go. Let us jump into the show and wrap it up, guys, because we only got about roughly a half an hour left on stream, give or take a few minutes. I could go a little late if we need to. First thing I would like to do for part 3 of Ask the King episode 87 is give shout out to the patrons. These people who, when I need the help the most, they step up and they help me behind the scenes by pledging to my Patreon. And in particular, these guys a couple months ago when basically I lost a lot of my livelihood because Twitch kicked me out of the partner program. They stepped up, they pledged to my Patreon, and these are people who pledged and kept their pledges. And I really appreciate that because now we're doing everything focused on YouTube. But these guys said, no, we're going to keep ongoingly supporting you. All right, and I appreciate that. So, thank you to the following people. Kevin Stiles, Big Tone 995, Fantasy Star PG, Jared Jackson, Calmer Olsen, Maya the Beast, Planet Jeff, Tillicum, Trey Coley, Tubar King, David Denmark, Diocletian 60, Midnight Mouse, Michael Denault, Faithin, QPZMWM, bleh, yes, Richard, Riley Hagan, Sean Given, Storm Force Gamer, Thomas McDonald, Tony Frank. I think I said Planet Jeff in there, right? I think I did. And, oh, that's it. Okay. Thank you all for being ongoing patrons of mine. I understand, you know, a lot of people, when basically I said, oh, I'm going full-time on YouTube now, so now the perks and things will be based off of YouTube performance. They came over here, and now they're contributing via YouTube, and I appreciate that. But these people are still consistently supporting me via Patreon. I really appreciate that. Okay? Okay. Let's answer a question, and then we'll get a vest on. All right? But let's answer a question first. This question, of all people, is from Derek. What's going on, Derek? So Derek says the following. Phil, I want to thank you for last night, an amazing Microsoft Flight Simulator stream. My Twitter question is, would you like to travel around the world someday? I would myself,
Derek.
after watching
I
32 seasons
that.
of The Amazing Race. Yes, I've talked about this before, that my wife's most desired place to visit in the world is Japan. Now, she doesn't want to move there or live there, but she wants to visit as a tourist. She'd like to see a lot of the cultural sites, try some of the cuisine in person, and in general, just to kind of take in the culture there of a completely different kind of country and culture. I personally would like to go to Europe, and I would like to visit places like England, Ireland, France, Italy, maybe Germany, stuff like that, and see some of the high tourism areas and try, again, the cuisines there, I feel. All those different cultural cuisines compared to each other. Maybe do a tour of Europe where you take, you know how they have that train that goes through all of Europe and stuff like that? Now, keep in mind, this is no way anything could happen soon with COVID and everything. It's going to be years and years before something like that even makes sense. But I'm just saying, you know, that was something that I've always wanted to do. Okay? Now, the cool thing about playing Microsoft Flight Simulator is now, as this moves forward as like a weekly chill playthrough deal, or maybe even more than once a week, maybe twice a week, we can actually explore some of these locations and think of landmarks and things to find and try to find them on there and see how they look from the sky, which is pretty neat. Like, I kind of ran into it not really thinking ahead of time, and now that I'm thinking ahead of time, I'm like, damn, now that I'm actually doing it, what I should have done is I should have said, oh, when I'm in New York City, I should look for this building and this building, and we find them where they are. Like Times Square. Where is Times Square in Manhattan? When you know where it is, try to fly over it and see it from like a top-down perspective, see what it looks like. I don't know where Times Square is in Manhattan, so I'm not able to do that, you see? So I think what I should do moving forward is every week, maybe we pick out certain areas or cities that we want to try to figure out, and then what are the landmarks of those cities that I should be looking for when we're actually flying over them and stuff like that. I think that'd be pretty neat. And then, hey, man, later on, I actually go to those places in real life and I could find those things in person, right? Pretty cool. The next question is from Steve Kidd. And Steve said, with the success of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, are there any older PlayStation franchises you'd like to see return? Examples include Jak and Daxter or Sly Cooper. I've said the one that I want to come back 100% is Infamous. I really liked Infamous 1 and 2. I felt that those games were some of the best games that came out those years, respectively, when they came out. And I was actually disappointed that the series basically died with Infamous Second Son. You know, that was a game that was early on in the life cycle of PlayStation 4. And I guess it didn't really sell as well as they had hoped with the amount of investment that they had put into it. And now, as we know, that studio has moved on to do other things, which is fine. I like the other things that they've done. But I'm kind of sad that Infamous just kind of died out of nowhere. I feel, imagine a new Infamous, all right, on these new consoles. So, you know, PlayStation 5 with 60 frames per second, ray tracing graphics, amazing lighting, cool superpowers. You know, I think it could do really well in a modern setting, especially because a game that people kind of thought Avengers would be a game that would be like, oh, it'll be like cool, modern superhero superpowers. That game is fucking flopped like a fucking fish. Flopped everywhere, right? So I think Infamous could actually do well if it came back, as long as you got a good, you know, good writing and a good team working on it. Because I really feel like Infamous 1 and 2 were just like leaps and bounds better than Infamous Second Son. So yeah, I would actually like that. I would love that. I would love for Infamous to come back. That would be my one big Sony exclusive pick to finally like come back out of retirement. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look here. The gold vest is in the lead by a bunch. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get it. Normally I would get it from here, but they're in the dryer. I actually washed them, and they were in the dryer earlier, and I didn't take them out because I started the stream. So I'm actually going to run downstairs and grab the vest and bring them up, and I'm going to put on the gold vest. Sadly, the gold vest will probably be wrinkly because it's straight out of the dryer. You know, I don't have an opportunity to really like hang it or flatten it or anything. It's probably going to be all wrinkled up and messed up, but it is what it is. All right, give me a minute. I'm going to run downstairs and grab it. I'll be right back. The freshest you can get.
miserable. Just miserable.
Dead air. What do I do? Thanks to Jubbity Bubbity for joining the hate army. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Papa Vera! Oh, fucking shit. Okay, I have all the vests. I have them fresh out of the wash. Give me a second here to go put them down and grab the right one. Holy crap. I'll have to sort them out later. Oh. Okay. This one, what's funny is, out of all those
They said,
vests,
Phil, you know, we contribute
the
to
gold
you,
one is
but
still
it
a
always
little
seems
wet.
like it's a black
It is.
hole.
It still feels
Because
on the
it always
back.
seems
Like no
like
matter
it's a
how much
little
we
damp.
contribute, you're always still having problems.
Those have
You're
to
always
air
still
dry
in debt,
then.
and nothing's getting better. Very
I
exciting.
agree with you.
It smells good though. April fresh scent. Very nice. Okay, so thank you to the anonymous tipper who pushed us way over the tips goal for today. Appreciate that. Hope you guys are enjoying your golden vest for the rest of the stream. Okay. All right. Next question is from Positive Gamer, who says, would you ever consider wearing something besides a cowboy hat and maybe wear a crown when you're doing Feasting with the King? That would be cool. Would you play any more visual novels? Two completely different questions. So the first question, all right, yes, in fact, we've been talking about this recently on streams. We said, since the tier 3 tips goal has now become my cowboy hat, okay? And the cowboy hat used to be something that was special just for this show, Ask the King. But now I'm hitting the tips goal, I would argue, maybe 50% of the time. Not only do it every stream, but maybe half the streams we're hitting the tips goal, right? So, that being said, this hat, this cowboy hat, is not becoming special anymore because it's something that I'm doing so frequently, right? That it doesn't feel like it has the same impact like it used to. When it was reserved just for Ask the King, it was something special, but now it's really not anymore, all right? So, I was talking with people about this over the last week or two, and we said, hey, maybe what I can do is get a series of hats that I can alternate on the streams. Maybe one day it could be,
fatty fat foot.
I don't know, like, not necessarily a full-on cowboy hat, but maybe like a hat for that you would wear outside when you're camping. Maybe it could be like a driver's hat, or, you know what I mean? Like, maybe I could have 3 or 4 different hats. A baseball cap. Maybe I could have 3 or 4 different hats that I variate on the streams to wear, so that way when we hit the final goal, the $150 tips goal, it's not just every single day, you know, the same cowboy hat, okay? Now, here's the thing. They have to be hats that are meant for normal wearing during the daytime. And what I mean by that is not fucking costume hats and not crazy-ass things that idiots, oh, put on the Sonic hat. Put on your fucking Yoshi costume from Halloween. No, stupid. The dumbest things from some fucking idiot. No, those aren't meant to be worn all day long every day. Those are things you're supposed to wear once for like a costume, and that's it. It's a silly thing. That's not meant to be something you wear every single day. Those things are incredibly uncomfortable. They make you sweat. They make you feel bad. It's not meant to, like, this hat does. I feel good. I feel good wearing this hat.
No,
it's
you
nice and comfortable on top of my head. It's not generating tons of extra heat or anything on my head. Okay? It's not a giant stuffed animal thing I'm shoving on top of my head and stopping the circulation and everything and building up intense heat above my head. That's the stupid. What a dumb fucking suggestion and things to ask for. Oh yeah, I just wish this streamer always dressed up in a fucking stuffed animal suit and looked like. Why not? If that's the case, Oh, why would every day Phil should just wear a big inflatable Barney suit, right? Completely cover his face, just be a big stuffed animal on stream every day. But the thing is, the same dummies who asked for the Sonic hat and the Yoshi hat would want that too. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so you missed the point of my stream, you're a jackass, all right? No, what I'm saying is, real hats that are comfortable and cool looking, right, a fedora. Fedora would actually be a great suggestion, Australian squid instead of fedora. So stuff like that. Actual hats normal people fucking wear every day, okay? So maybe if I got a good variety of those, 3, 4 of them, and you could rotate between, so that way every day it's not just the cowboy hat, that would actually be a really good idea, I feel. But I need to find some good ones. And I haven't had a chance, like, for example, when my wife and I went out this last week, one of the things we're going to eventually do is look for stuff like that. But it was so fucking hot out that we literally just did the bare minimum of what we needed to do while we were out, and we came home and relaxed in a cool house because it was hot, hot summer days. When things start to cool down and stuff, maybe we can look. Now, if anyone is interested in maybe donating something, this vest was donated, okay? This is an idea of a fan, and they ordered it for me or whatever. If someone has an idea for a hat that maybe you'd like to buy off Amazon and send my way that I could use on the streams, yes, I'm open to that. Email me at darksidephil@hotmail.com. Let me see what we're talking about, and I'll let you know if it's something I'm interested in or not, okay? But in the meantime, when I get a chance myself to go look, I will look too. All right, but I just don't have a chance right now. All right? Now, Only Iced Coffee said, what about a beanie during the winter months? During the winter months, yes. When it's cool enough, wearing an actual beanie would be warranted. But I can tell you from experience, for someone who used to wear beanies when I would film, like, for example, the weekend preview, or I would film a game review, or I would film channel updates, your head can heat up dramatically when you're wearing a beanie, especially when you're talking, and you're covering not only the entire top of your head and your ears, that builds up heat in there, and you could get really warm. So I definitely can't do anything like that during the summer months. Maybe, winter time, but definitely not now. Okay? Okay. Continuing on, Positive Gamer had asked, will I play any more visual novels? I would almost guarantee you I will be playing more visual novels. Okay? Will I be playing them soon? Hell no. Danganronpa V3 started in mid-March. It is now the last week of July, and we're just finishing it. It's over 60 hours long to play through, and I didn't even take my time. All right? I didn't. It's, there's no way I'm playing another visual novel anytime soon. It probably at the earliest sometime next year, if that. Okay? Lord Xlaw asks, do you think you'll experience any growth on YouTube? Seems like your viewership has kind of been the same in the months since you switched from Twitch, and there hasn't been a lot of new people in the chat. First of all, that's false. There has actually been a lot of new people coming by. Some people are saying, hey, Phil, you probably don't recognize me, because I'm someone who used to just watch your videos on demand on YouTube, and now I'm able to actually watch your streams because it's the same place. If I'm available to watch something, and you're live streaming, I'll now check out your live stream instead of just your on-demand video. I never was able to go watch your stuff on Twitch, but I check you out on YouTube. And I'm having more and more people who've been coming by and saying that to me during my live streams, which I really appreciate. But just the installed viewer base of people on Twitch versus YouTube, I know when I was playing certain games on Twitch, people would be just watching for people in a category. Oh, who's playing this game? And they would come just, curiosity's sake, let's see Darkside Phil play the game. That doesn't happen on YouTube. It just doesn't. The people who are coming to watch me on YouTube are people coming specifically to watch me. You see what I'm saying? There is no carryover of people who were just there to watch streams and now they're here to watch Phil. Oh, because he's playing a certain game or whatever. That did happen all the time on Twitch. It does not happen on YouTube. So that is a loss of viewership for me for sure. In addition, there's some people who just don't want to watch streams on YouTube for whatever reason. They believe that that Twitch is the place to be for live streams, and they have no desire whatsoever to carry viewership over to YouTube. I know there's been people who they were active, avid, constant participants and viewers in my streams on Twitch, and they didn't come over here for whatever reason. Okay, that does suck because I like having that community over there. There are people over there who I'd seen for years, and to see them just kind of disappear overnight when I moved to YouTube is very disappointing, in a lot of ways, kind of disheartening. Especially if it's someone who was like a really active, positive contribution to the stream and they just gone instantly, right? It just sucks in that regard. There's no discoverability here at all. There just isn't. And the longtime viewers who didn't come over, all right? I know my viewership is down here on Twitch. At this very same time, though, I feel like the people who are here are here to enjoy the streams, like the whole trolling element. Are there trolls who come to the streams now? Yes. Is there any kind of significant large trolling presence here? No. We get maybe a couple a day. They get fucking kicked out, and that's it. It doesn't. On Twitch, it was a constant element where people were always coming in to troll, and it doesn't really happen here on YouTube. I feel like on YouTube, we really have kind of weeded that element out, which is a great thing. This is a more, how can I say, a more friendly, more open community where people can come and chill and just enjoy games, and you don't have to, you know, there used to be this mentality of almost like they said it was like a good old boys club on Twitch, where it was the same 20, 30 people every day who came to hang out with each other, and here you don't really get that feeling on YouTube. It feels a little different, and I agree there too. But I totally think that, number one, there will be growth here on YouTube once I start playing high-profile games. I have not played a single high-profile game since I've been streaming on YouTube. Ratchet & Clank is not considered an ultra-high-profile game. That was always going to be a game. I knew it was a platformer and everything. It wasn't going to get giant mainstream attention or anything. And there just hasn't been anything. Once stuff starts coming out in like August, September, October, November, then we're going to see people come to watch my stuff who maybe haven't been around in a while. Then we'll probably see some concrete growth in the viewership, concrete growth in the amount of members that I have. I mean, if anything, just take a look at the comparison. 900 subs on Twitch, 200, now 223 members here on YouTube. And you say, well, what's the difference? Well, yes, you could argue, well, there's no Twitch Prime here. There's no gifted subs here. But at the same time, there's a definite big drop-off there, you know? I feel people will come over and start supporting in that way once the games are here to come watch. They're just not yet. There ain't nothing going on right now, okay? All right. Stoic is the last Twitter question and asks, would you recommend people who are interested in content creation to pursue it today, being the market is so saturated and being successful and so difficult, or being successful is so difficult? What I would say is, coming from someone who literally when I started didn't expect a damn thing out of it. I didn't go into YouTube expecting that this was going to be my job and I was going to be successful and get viral popularity and thousands of people around the world would want to watch my stuff on a daily basis. It was quite the opposite. I was like, if I could just dick around and have this be my hobby or whatever, it would be fun. If you go into content creation with the mentality that you're doing it for fun and you have fun doing it while you're doing it, then you've already succeeded. It doesn't actually matter if you have 2 viewers or 2,000 viewers. If you're having a good time doing it, then you've already won. You know what I'm saying? Because you could literally just be sitting around playing games by yourself. And the fact that you had the guts to turn on a stream or make a video and share that experience with an audience is something to be applauded. But if you go into it with the mentality that, oh, I'm doing it to make it big and become popular, make money and do it as a job, it's probably, definitely in 2021, that's completely the wrong way to go into it. It is. Because there's no guarantee anyone's going to want to watch your stuff. There's no guarantee that even if you put out the best stream on the internet, that anyone will see it because of discoverability being so tough when a market is insanely oversaturated. Okay? So, I hope you guys understand that. That, yeah, don't feel disheartened if you're starting in 2021, you can't get noticed. You know, I've said this many times, I'll say it again. I feel that I myself was in the right place at the right time. I struck when the iron was hot, when it was an emerging thing, an emerging field of this online content creation. If I were just today for the first time trying to make content, no one would ever watch my stuff or know who I am. Just being honest. So don't feel bad or feel disheartened. If you happen to be trying to get started as a content creator and you can't seem to get an audience, you can't seem to get noticed, it ain't your fault. It's definitely an oversaturated market at this point. What will the next market be? Will it be the TikTokers? Well, there are already a ton of people doing that. You know, what's the next market? I don't know. But that's the thing with these emerging markets and these emerging ways to spread content and be entertaining is they change all the time. They evolve all the time, right? I don't know. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I'll definitely say, you know, don't feel... Just, if you're going to become a content creator, do something that you're going to enjoy outside of the fact if anyone's watching it or not. Because if you're playing a game you love or you're doing a kind of challenge run that you really enjoy, then it doesn't matter if anyone's watching. And by the way, if you truly are enjoying yourself rather than trying to grind it out to make money, like a lot, oh, I got to grind it out, bro, to make money. No. If you're actually doing something that's entertaining and fun for yourself, That will come through in your content and may actually be way more attractive to a viewer base than someone who's literally just, oh, I had a bunch of money, I threw it at this stream to try to make it look fancy, and I'm playing a game or whatever, but you got no charisma, you're not enjoying what you're doing. It's a lot different, you see? Okay, I got a couple tips that came in. Elski has tipped me $5 and says, Phil, I hope you're having a good day. Do you have anything you would like to play when you're stressed out or anxious of a bit of escapism? Or does streaming games remove that aspect from video games? I find games like Euro Truck Sim 2 help reduce my anxiety. Well, I would say, you know, there's definitely games that cause more anxiety. You know what I'm saying? When I'm stressed out, I probably don't want to play Dark Souls or or a game, you know what I mean? Like a game that's going to be high challenge. You probably don't want to be playing those games when you're in a mental stress kind of a deal. Probably not the best idea, because those games are putting you into the stressful situation as they are. So now imagine already being stressed out and now putting yourself into an extra stressful situation playing the insanely difficult game. Probably not the smartest idea. You know what I'm saying? Are there games that I find to be chill? I would argue that for a while playing Minecraft was pretty like that. Playing a game like MLB is like that, because I don't really have to focus so much on the gameplay or care about if I'm doing good. I can just focus in on kind of interacting with you guys. I kind of feel like the game right now that's going to be like that is Flight Sim, Microsoft Flight Sim, because it's not a very difficult or challenging game, but instead it's going to be something that we just enjoy taking in the scenery and interacting and having fun together. That's the same thing. There's different kinds of gaming. There's gaming where you have challenge and personal accomplishment for overcoming a challenge or an objective, hitting a goal. While there's also gaming where it's meant to be chill, relaxing, fun. And I think a lot of people don't understand games like Flight Sim, because they only get gaming as one kind of deal. They think that gaming is just about, oh, there's a hard challenge and I got to overcome it by doing this either grinding for a certain amount of time or actually learning difficult reactionary things, or not reactionary, reactive things, what's going on in the game, learn strategies and get good at the game. And I feel accomplishment when I overcome those really tough challenges, you know? There's other people who are like, I don't want that at all. I just want a game where I can sit down and just kill time and relax and just kind of veg, you know? And that's fine too. There's a place in gaming for all that kind of content. Actually, Only Ice Coffee just brought it up. He says Animal Crossing was like that. You're right. There was not a single day that I played Animal Crossing that I felt, man, we got to get all this stuff done. We got to get this agenda done. And we got this great challenging thing we have to do. It was more like, we're just going to do whatever today, man. I don't care what I get done. Maybe we'll get some cool stuff done. Maybe we won't. But it was never about that when I played Animal Crossing. You see what I'm saying? And that was good. People liked Animal Crossing for almost a year that I played it. I mean, what was it, like February of 2020 all through like September that I played it? So maybe 6, 7, 8 months, right, of ongoing content, which is really good. So, yeah, I think that there's a place for both. And relaxing games for me are the games where I don't have to worry about, I need to make this much progress on the stream today. I have to overcome this many grueling challenges on the stream. Those kind of games are the ones that relax me the most and I really enjoy, okay? So right now, I would say that game would arguably be Flight Sim. Gary BKK was here today. He just showed up, $15 tip. Wow. He's like, just stopped by late, laughing out loud. What's up, Gary? It's good to see you, man. But you know what they say, better late than never. And I do appreciate the support. Luckily, we did have some very generous contributors earlier. We hit basically all the goals for the stream, which is outstanding. I really appreciate that, everybody. And thank you, Gary, for coming in here in the 11th hour. Is that what they say? It's the 11th hour when you're there at the end with that generous contribution. I appreciate that. Okay, and now I believe a super chat came in. Let's see here. Yes, so Plum Goral actually did 2 different super chats. Actually, there's more than that. Hold on a second here. If you did, how did you feel about the show coming back after almost a decade since it's run on television? I really liked the first few seasons of Dexter, and like most people, I agree with them that the show kind of fell off in the final seasons, that some of the things that were happening were absolutely over-the-top ridiculous, like him falling in love with his fucking sister and vice versa. That was so stupid. And essentially the ending, I thought it was okay. A lot of people absolutely hated the ending of Dexter. I thought it was just okay. At least it wasn't insanely bad. But I definitely felt like a show like Breaking Bad did a much better ending than, say, Dexter did. Okay? So, it's interesting to see it come back. I don't know why it's coming back, because it did have a definitive ending. So maybe they feel like so many people hated the ending that they can fix it. I don't know. But I guess we'll see. Block comments in the super chat said, what are the best years of your life so far right now? I tell you guys this. I love my life right now. I love the fact that I'm married to a woman who I am deeply in love with. She loves me. We care about each other. Every time we're together, we have a great time together. Okay? I love Jasper. He's the best pet I've ever had. He's super fun, interactive. He's mischievous, which is cool because it's funny and fun. Even though it's not perfect, you know, it's still really cool. And I love my life here in Washington. I love the house I'm living in. I love my job. Everything about life is good right now. If I could get past financial hurdles that I'm facing, you know, that are ongoing, and every time I think I'm about, like I said earlier this year, it looked like I was going to be in the kind of the light at the end of the tunnel, and then Twitch kicked me out of the partnership program and put me back to square one again. But we're getting there. You know what I mean? Like, things are certainly not as bad as they were, and every day of my life today really feels like the best day of my life. I mean that, too. Like, and I used to hate my life. And now it's the complete polar opposite, where I love every day, and I feel it's getting better and better things. There are good, positive, great things in life ahead for me and my family, and I'm really happy about that. So there you go. Plum Girl did a super chat and said, I love the new gold vest. Where'd it come from? A fan. A viewer contacted me about 2 weeks ago and said, I would like to donate a new vest for your streams. And he had 3 candidates. There was this one. There was one that was kind of like a light rawhide vest that kind of looked like a cowboy vest, but it would only match with the cowboy hat. It wouldn't really go with anything else. And there was a third one that I've completely forgotten what it was. And he showed me the 3, and I looked at this, and I was like, dude, this one is like the best vest ever. It is so ridiculously shiny and over the top. I knew it would film well on camera because it was metallic. So I said this one, and that's how I got it. He ordered it for me. Pretty ridiculous vest. And Plum Girl did another super chat and said, would you play Stardew Valley for a chill stream? Many people have asked me that over the last few years since I started doing regular chill streams. And I said, yeah, you guys may not realize this. I did play it years ago during an Indies marathon. I played it for about an hour and a half. And I thought it was all right, but you're right. It was a game that's like, it is a chill game. That's not an ongoing game where I really care too much about progress. It's more about you play that as you do something else. And I feel like, yeah, that could at some point be something we do. Although it is an older game, and I think maybe people would prefer newer games for chill streams. I don't know. Okay. Guess what, ladies and gents? That's it. We actually filled the entire 3 hours. Ask the King. Thank you guys for their questions. Thanks to everyone who posted on the forums, who posted on Twitter, and who actually contributed today and got those questions answered too. So here's the deal. It went well today. Obviously, the show, I think, was entertaining. We got some good questions. You guys seem to enjoy it. There was a lot of interactivity, which I enjoyed. We're going to keep it in the rotation for now. The next show is tentatively scheduled for the last week of September. I don't know. With all the crazy amount of game releases coming out in the fall, I don't actually know if the next show will actually be at the end of September or not. It may be delayed. We may try to find a week where it's a light week for releases, and it makes more sense to do the next episode of Ask the King. But for now, it will continue, and I say thank you to those of you who submitted questions. Thank you to those of you who chilled with me, and thanks to those who supported the stream today. I really appreciate that. And that is it. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all very, very much. I hope you enjoyed Ask the King episode 87. I'll see you next time. All right, guys? All right, peace out. See you later. All right, ladies and gents, so that is it for the show. Yes, thank you guys so much for an incredibly supportive stream. I really appreciate that, and I hope you like the show. I'm going to upload this. Now, I'm not uploading it to DSP Gaming, just to be clear. I upload my vlog-style videos to my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. So if you want to watch this on demand afterward, you have to head over to The King of Hate Vlogs, okay? Tonight, I am doing a gameplay stream at 6:45 p.m. Pacific Time. It is the end game of Danganronpa V3. I hope you will join me at that time for Danganronpa V3. It should be a good time because we're heading into the end of the game with all of our answers. And hopefully, will we beat it? I don't know. If we do, great. If we don't, at least I feel we'll be at the very, very end to finish it the next time we play it. So I hope to see you tonight for that. Tomorrow, we return back to full-time gaming with Fallout New Vegas on the first stream and my weekly Throwback Street Fighter session on the late stream. Sound good? No Call of Duty. I'm done. Money Creature, we're done with Call of Duty. It's retired. After last week, after the things going on at Activision and last week's stream, I'm done with Call of Duty. No more. All right? Guys, thank you very much. Hopefully, I'll see you tonight for Danganronpa. If not, hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow for Fallout. All right? Peace out, everyone. I'll see you later tonight. Later.
what do I do? Go, fatty fat fuck. Tiger, tiger, row, 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 tiger, row, row.
They said, Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt and nothing's getting better. I agree with you.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. my god, I can't stop joking. I seriously cannot stop joking today. Oh my god. What the fuck? Hold up. It's gonna clear up, I swear. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's actually starting to feel better now.